I pledge allegiance to the flag
of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Oh, and meeting of the year. If you had all silence, your phones about, that would be the, okay. Thank you guys for coming tonight and presenting your budget proposals, and thank you to council for actively listening. As I said, this is probably the most important night of our meeting of our year, where we have to decide how to spend money. I've heard all of the directors, everybody that is presenting, justify why you're doing, why you're asking for what you're asking for, if it's not abundantly clear. And I have to say this, but I'm going to. I urge everybody, both others are presenting, just to allow them to do, and here's somebody, and have respect for council, for us. We are entrusted with the important task of wisely managing our funds to keep our town operating smoothly. During the presentations, please jot down any questions that you may have, because once the presentations have been made, we will have the opportunity to ask the heads, the directors, and department heads clarifying questions. Your input is incredibly valuable, and it will guide us in making informed decisions about a budget that will shape the future of our fantastic town. So without further ado, I am going to turn this right over to Brent.
Yeah.
So thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Town Council, distinguished guests. We'll get into, I guess, the session outcomes, what we're looking to accomplish tonight. Number one bullet being understanding the town's current fiscal standing. Karina will touch on that a lot. Long-term budget outlook for the town. Department directors, communications, which we've all loaded our presentations into the agenda. We will go through those to let you know sort of where we're coming from, where we're at, and where we hope to go, as well as hear from the elected officials, as the mayor stated, to establish priorities and communicate budget goals from the legislative branch of our government. So without further ado, I think I will kick this can over to Miss Karina Larsen, our town treasurer.
Good evening. So the first presentation, which is the overview of the FY23 financials, we are wrapping up the audit right now. Just a couple more things and we'll have the financial statements hopefully published tomorrow. At the close of FY23, June 30th, our net position was 66 million. Of that, 27 million is general fund and 39 is the enterprise. The net position is a combination of fund balance, and in the general fund, we have 17 million of fund balance. Net capital assets, which comprise of 12.7 million, and net pension liability, which is 2.9 million. And the enterprise funds, the net position is fund balance of 15.99 million and net capital assets of 23 million. The increase from FY22 to FY23 was 9.99 million. Of that, 1.99 million is of the general fund and 7.99 is of the enterprise funds. These are the total amounts of the general fund revenues. Property tax, we had $5.5 million in property tax, which is 4.3% of the total revenue. Income taxes made up 18.2%, and grants, the 2.3 million represents 18.5%. The total revenue was 12.5 million. So the revenue was 12.5 million. The revenue increased a little over 3 million from FY22. The primary reason for that was investment earnings. We had an increase of 613,000 in investments. In FY22, there was only 18,000 in investments, and we have 613 in FY23. I actually got the statement from the bank, and we had over $1 million in interest for 23, for the whole calendar year 23. Grants increased just under 850,000. 715 of that is from the ARPA. Service charges increased by 740,000. That is mostly on planning and zoning inspections and permits. Of those three sources, they make up 72% of the increase, which is 2.2 million. There were other increases like in the property taxes, but that was only a 4.8% of 257,000, and income taxes increased by 267,000. Property taxes, courses are still a major source of income. The percentage actually decreased from FY22 to FY23. FY22 property taxes were 54% of their total revenue. In FY23, it comprised of 44.3%. Income taxes increased 13.3%. The actual revenues were less than budgeted in FY23 by 1,254,000 or 10%. And this was really due to the ARPA funds not being utilized that were budgeted to secure services and supplies. The expenditures for FY23 totaled 10.69 million. The percentages, so you have the amounts. General government was 2.48, public safety was 4.6, and then you've got public works, which was 2.3 million, and 1.1 for parks and recreation. That equates, so general government, the expenditures were 23% of the expenditures, public safety 44%, public works was 22%, and parks and recreation was 11%. So the expenses increased 1.8 million compared to FY22 and FY23. That's a 17.1% increase. All general fund functions increased compared to FY22. General government increased by 327,000 or 14.6% compared to FY22. Public safety increased 896,000, 23.9%. Public works 241,000, 10%, and parks and recs was 72,000, 12.7%. Actual expenditures were less than budgeted in FY23 by 4.1 million or 38%. And this was due primarily to the ARPA funds not being utilized, and also budgeted personnel positions not being filled during FY23. The total of the total favorable expenditures, the variance of 2.78 million or 67% was attributed to Public Works Department not utilizing the ARPA funds for capital projects. Both general government and public works actual operating expenses had the largest favorable budget variance. And again, both of them were due to unfilled budgeted positions. This chart just represents the amount of expenditures by personnel, operating, and capital. The total personnel and operating, which is running the operations of the town, was 9.1 million, and capital made up 1.5 million. Of the 17 million of total ending fund balance, 11 million is in unassigned, which pretty much is used by the town's discretion. That is 73% of the total budgeted general fund expenditures and represents 111% of the total fund balance. Unassigned fund balance stabilizes tax rates, provide working capital, etc. In FY24, we did allocate 1.7 million of fund balance to cover both operating and capital expenditures. The enterprise funds net position increased by almost just under 8 million or 25.7%. And this was primarily due to the activities in the water and sewer funds, which was 7.8 million. And then stormwater, which was 289, and sanitation actually decreased by 128,000. The fund balance in the water and sewer was primarily due to the major facility fees. We collected just under 8 million in major facility fees. And that is restricted revenue. This is a chart of the expenses compared to income that we received. Again, the water and sewer, the increase is due to the major facilities fees of 7.6 million. Service fee income was 5.3 million. And for sanitation, the expenses were more than the income, which fund balance covered that overage. These three graphs show the percentage of the expenses for each of the type of expense: personnel, operating, overhead, which is the transfer, what the enterprise funds pay the general funds for, like Bobby and other people that support those funds. The total expenses for water and sewer were 5.1 million. The total expenses for sanitation was 1.49 million, and stormwater was 541,000. The major facility fees, which are for new developments, of that FY23, we collected 7.6. That was 6 million more, or 375% over FY22. The major facility reserves net position in the sewer and water at the end was 6.4 million. And part of that is because 3.9 million was used to cover capital improvements in progress. We will be getting, or anticipate getting, a USDA loan in April, which will then pay that back, but the major facilities will be paying that loan.
There's, if I could, on that, there's two obligations with USDA. The first obligation was funding the treatment plant Mod 1 upgrade. It funded the 24-inch gravity sewer line, and it funded the new pump station down at Southwest Quadrant. That's $7.8 million. We have been cash flowing that all along, and that's what Karina referenced on that 3.9. So we've been paying all of that as construction costs up front. And then when everything is complete, we will settle on that loan, which is 2%, roughly 2% interest. It's very low interest.
1.718, somewhere in that
Yeah.
range.
It's a very low interest loan. And we will settle with them. We have to have all of the construction complete. And then that $7.8 million comes back to the town for additional capital projects. So then as we move into obligation 2, we will be able to cash flow all of that expense for the additional increases. And then we'll go back and reimburse ourselves with the second obligation of that loan. So we're not depleting at this point the major facility fee. We're actually just utilizing it.
Yeah, we're fortunate with our financial position that we can do this. So we do not have to go out and get interim financing is the main reason. So we're not paying a bank interest for money we already have. So.
As of June 30th, the total outstanding debt on the enterprise funds was 2.5 million. And then the fund balance as of June 30th on each of the enterprise funds, sewer and water, was 14.2 million, sanitation 783,000, and stormwater 1 million. Oh, Linda, can you pull up the slides for FY24 budget? So in these slides, it's giving a mid-year review of where we're at compared to the budget and expenditures as of December 31st of 2023. So the FY24 adopted general fund budget was 14.58 million, which represented a decrease in FY23 of 682,000. And that decrease is because the ARPA funds, there were less ARPA funds budgeted in FY24 than in FY23. The FY24 revenues budgeted were 12.8 million and 1.7 million for fund balance. Real property taxes accounted for 4.89 million of the revenue, 38%. Grants made up 2.6 million or 20.5% of the total revenue. 1.77 million was for the ARPA funds. And of course, our assessments base increased by 32 million, or 0.1% from the previous year. We added 2 new positions, full-time positions in the FY24 budget, and we converted 2 part-time positions into full-time positions. And then there was a 2.99% cost of living for all staff. In this graph, these are the budgeted revenues. Property tax, that includes real property tax, personal property tax, the utility tax, which was 5.66 million. Income tax, we budgeted 2.1 million. And grants, 2.6 million. So again, property tax makes up 39% of the total budget. As of December 31st, we have collected just over 5 million in real property tax, which is 99% of the budgeted amounts. There is still remaining of 164,643 that I actually got from the county's report on the outstanding amounts for the real property tax that has yet been collected. This is anticipated to be about 110,000 more than what we budgeted. Revenues for inspections has exceeded the budget amount by 99,000 or 99,000 or 48%. The rate of return on investments has increased significantly through 2023. As of 12/31, the interest amounts we've received is 600,000 on the general fund side. There's more on the enterprise side. That's 314,000 more than what we budgeted. We've collected 65.6% of our total budgeted revenues. We still have about 956,000 in income taxes yet to collect. There's 500,000 in transfers that have not been done and 2.2 million in grants that we still are anticipating. We've only received 20% of the grant revenue, but typically, like the HUR dollars, we get more of that in the second half of the year than in the first half of the year. So when the next charts are referring to the different activities of the general fund, we group the general government, which is legislative, administration, finance, planning, zoning, public safety, police department, inspections and enforcements, public works administration, maintenance, operations, streets, and parks and recs. The budgeted expenditures, 37% was to public safety, 32 was to public works, which was amounts to 4.6 million. Public safety amounted to 5.4 million. General government was 25% at 3.6 million, and parks were 6% at 922,000. As of December 31st, parks have 505,000 remaining in the budget, which is about 58%. Public works has 2.5 million, which represents 73%. And I know about 2 million of that, a little less than 2 million is ARPA funds. Or 1 million is ARPA funds. Public safety has 1.7 million remaining, about 42%, and general government has 2.1 million, which is about 59%. This does include encumbrance, assuming that that's going to be processed through. The enterprise funds, we charge for the services based on the need of to cover our expenses to provide those services. For budgetary purposes, we split out water and sewer, but we do combine them on the financial statements. Utility rates are based on actual costs. The enterprise fund budget for FY24 equates to 16.99 million, which represents an increase of just over 1 million compared to FY23, or 6.8%. And this was merely due to capital projects. The ARPA budget for the enterprise was 2.58 million, The wastewater treatment plant upgrades were 4.8 million. Total capital was 7.8 million. This chart represents the budgeted income by source. And of course, 81% is for serv. It's 854,000 of the $1.9 million budget. On sewer, service charges equate to 35%. And the loan for the capital improvements is 45%. We've received 4.1 million of revenue. Service fees received 2.1 million, which is 56%. We've received 1.8 million in major facility fees. And the total budget for the sewer fund was 10.8 million. For the water fund, income, the budget was 80% for service charges. We budgeted 1.6 million in the water fund. We've received 921,894 is for service fees, which is 67%. Stormwater was budgeted at 2.5 million. Majority of that was for the MS4 permits. We've received 493,000 in revenue to date or through December 31st, and service revenue of 437,000, which is 54% of the budgeted revenues. So in FY24, we budgeted a total of 4.35 million of ARPA funds to cover both capital and operating costs. In the enterprise funds, we budgeted 2.58 million. In the general fund, it was 1.77 million. Of that, 338,000 were for operating costs and 1.44 million was for capital costs. The expenses to date are 234,000. We have encumbrance of 610,000 with a remaining budget for FY24 of 3.5 million. The total remaining budget of ARPA funds are 7.9 million. That's all I have for budget. Any questions?
I do have a quick question for you. Thank you very much. That was a very thorough report. Lots of numbers, lots of things going on there. So just a couple questions. You just said that the total remaining budget for ARPA is 7.9. Didn't we receive 9.4?
Yeah, we've already used some of it.
I know, doesn't this have to be used by?
Yeah, in my next presentation, I'm going to talk about how we're going to.
Yeah, that makes me a little nervous. And then just for a point of clarification, and it's for my own edification, when you say that there are service charges like for sanitation, it's 53%, are you considering a service charge our fee, it's what our month, I mean, our quarterly usage fee? Okay,
Yes.
that's what I thought,
Yes.
but I wanted to make sure that I wasn't assuming anything.
Yes.
Council.
Theoretically, it would be 50% as of 12/31.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
And as you can see on
53.
them, it were a little bit exceeding in that situation.
I just wanted to make sure that I understood that one.
What's that? Yeah, honestly, we've gotten a lot more than what we had planned.
And and one other thing, expenses increased from FY 22. Is that due to COVID? When we saw such a big jump on from 22 to 23, is that because we kind of shut down for a little bit during 22?
It's because of the 65 percentile salary.
Okay.
That made up 21% of the increase.
Okay, good deal. All right. All right, council. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Larsen. So quick question. So we're looking, the last slide that you're showing mid-year ARPA update, it begins with the 9.4 for the total budget, correct? In your far left column, that's the beginning balance of ARPA funding.
Yes, the 9.4 is the total that was budgeted and that we received. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So when we go back to the financial statements, you said actual revenue decreased due to ARPA not being utilized. And you said that for revenue and expenditures. So if we didn't utilize it, did it go back to this 9 point to the?
Well, yes. So basically, so if you look at it, you have the total budgeted and then you have the expenses through 6/30, which is the second column.
Mhm.
We've used 715,000 of that and we budgeted close to 4 million in FY 23. So yes, so as of 6/30/23, the remaining amount in the ARPA budget is 8.7 million.
Clear.
Yes.
I was just asking, when you stated that the revenue decreased due to ARPA not being utilized, and you said that for revenue as well as expenditure. When we didn't utilize it, did it go back to the balance?
Well, it just wasn't used. So when you do budgets, what I'm comparing is the budget to the expenditures.
Got it.
So if we've over budget, that means we didn't use it and it's still basically sitting there to be used in future. Well, we have until December 31st of this year to obligate it and spend it by the 26th. So the funds are still here. We just didn't use it in that budget year. So we have an opportunity to use it in the next budget year.
So my question is, I'm clear on that. I
Mhm.
understand what not utilizing funds means. I'm just asking, did it go back to the ARPA budget of 9.4? If we didn't utilize it, or is it still sitting in that the revenues and expense category to be utilized at a future date?
It's to be utilized in a
Okay.
future date.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you again for the presentation. I appreciate, turn the mic on. Thank you. Thanks for the presentation, the information. On page 16 of 129, overview of the debt service enterprise funds. What do you mean? What is referred? You say that, or the chart says revenue bonds payable relating to business type activities.
So that's the enterprise funds. Mainly it's water
Okay.
and sewer. Yeah, it's mostly sewer.
Okay.
Yes.
And then the next.
If I'm not mistaken, Dave, I could even further clarify to just say that's mostly from Willow Lane. It's the debt on Willow Lane pump station, correct, Karina? Almost everything else has been paid off.
Well, no, we still got 3 loans left.
Yeah.
One was paid off last fiscal
Yeah.
year and we still got 3 more.
But it's
The
mainly associated-
majority of it, yeah.
Majority of it. is
Yes.
Willow Lane pump sta- which is at a 1.7% interest rate. It's not one that you want to pay off.
Okay.
We're earning more in interest.
Ye-
on- in-
We are earning
in
a
fund
lot
balance than
more.
we are
0.7.
paying in debt service. So we don't want to go paying that debt off
Okay.
No.
because it's earning you money.
Mhm.
And then just a general question, but and we can talk about it later as it's not appropriate time. So where in the budget, or I assume that we track maintenance costs.
We
And-
do.
And I asked the question because the town eventually takes over all these facilities. And we're going to be taking over a whole lot more in the next number of years, right? After the developer gets his money back on the bond and you inspect it, it's good to go, we take it.
Mhm.
So we're tracking maintenance costs now and in the future, because that's, from my perspective, that's somewhat of a hidden cost that costs taxpayers a lot now and in future years. So I'm hoping that we consider that in future budgets on how that cost is going to get bigger and bigger and bigger.
Yeah, and I think that's, one of the things that Bobby's group has done is we actively have an inspection program now that's watching them put that infrastructure in the ground,
Right.
which will be a direct benefit to the public because, we are watching, the idea is, especially with roads, Bobby can correct me, but the idea is if their roads are put in, they're paved, if they're done correctly, we shouldn't have to worry about them for 20 years, hopefully. And we will continue to receive highway user revenue and bank it for that 20 years in some sort of manner, so that we can apply it when needed. But with water and sewer, it is important to know that we do have inspectors out in the field because if it's not installed correctly, you have to return to that asset much sooner than you anticipate. So I think we have taken a step in the right direction. In the past, what's it been, about a year and a half that we've had the inspection program, 2 years?
We have.
You've always looked.
Inspector, and before that, it was one of us.
Right.
We make sure that licensed personnel
Mhm.
are out there doing the inspections in the field. Jeff's done a lot of them. I've done a lot of them. Now we have a full-time inspector because, to be honest, it was very difficult to keep
Mhm.
up with the
Mhm.
amount of growth that we're having. So we're having to add those types of positions.
And also
That's how-
improvement in what materials we will accept within our system. A lot of the issues we've had with stormwater have been, the corrugated metal pipe, which has caused us issue. So, the materials that we're allowing, really looking at that has, we hope will improve and extend the life of some of these assets.
Again, I just want to make sure that we know that our maintenance costs are tracking.
And I would say this, we're tracking maintenance costs. We know what those are. The maintenance costs are generally built into rate. And so
Okay.
we've been factoring that into rate. And of course, we will be selling more product.
Mhm.
As some of you may know, we went up by 100,000 gallons this year in water consumption. So we're seeing a large increase in
Mhm.
water consumption, which has then tailored back into why we saw increased revenues from water and sewer, because we've seen a major increase in utilization. And of course, we charge based on water consumption and therefore also the same sewer rate. We are also collecting, as you can see from Karina's numbers, a very large number of major facility fees. Major facility fees are what is allowing us to grow at the wastewater treatment plant. It's what's allowing us to do projects to upgrade our facilities to handle that growth. But it also gives us a capital to be able to go in and do major capital upgrades if that becomes necessary in the future. So I think it's, a very positive, it's a restricted revenue, those major facility fees are, but the actual maintenance costs for things are built into rate.
Okay.
And so theoretically, all the new ratepayers are paying for maintenance on those issues as well. So I don't think that's.
You allayed some of my concerns.
Hmm.
Thank you. And then just, I guess, following what the mayor said, I too would like get more information on the ARPA situation and that we're going to be able to meet the time hacks for encumbrance and then spending it all. Thank you.
Anyone? Go ahead.
One question. The 1.7 million that was from the unrestricted fund balance to cover general fund?
Mhm.
Was that a one-time only from 2024 to versus 23?
Well, so what it is when the budget is put together for FY '24, we have our expenses and revenues. Based on the projections of the revenues and the expenses were 1.7 million over the revenues. And council approved the fund balance amount to cover, most of it was for capital, but
Okay,
there was some operating in there.
okay.
And we don't like to use operating out of the fund
Yeah.
balance. It's
Yeah.
not a habit we want to continue.
Any other questions from council? Great. All right, so that brings us on to our next section here. And is that, with the reports, is that, okay? Director Harington.
10 minutes behind.
Good evening. Because Bobby keeps interrupting. Keep us on track. Come on, Bobby. Hi, Director Harington.
Okay. I'm waiting for her to put mine up.
Yeah, not the gentleman now.
Linda,
Can you please add my report? That's okay.
You can present the wrong department's report.
Yeah.
That was Kelly's.
Have a whack at
Oh, can she use the clicker?
The clicker. I think a lot of this is our mission. It hasn't changed much. We're still trying to help development, keep things moving. Our team, I just thought that was fun. I've been playing around on Canva. So, yeah, so there's our team. For our overview, as we've been working on for the past several years on improving our development process, updating forms, looking at our codes and making sure that all the codes are at least reviewed and seeing what we need to update. Obviously, our biggest topic is the adequate public facilities ordinance, but we also have several other chapters that we're looking at. We've moved forward with our new permitting software, Municity 5, that is functioning for the most part. We're still changing a few smaller items and getting that working before we push out the citizen portal. But it's going well so far. And then, like I said, it's really going to be great when we can get the electronic payments and electronic submissions and get all that moving. We've definitely seen an increase in overall development, which I've kind of broken down in some of my PowerPoint slides, mainly because of Pine Grove and several multifamily apartment projects. So that's something that's been leading to an increase of the numbers that we've been seeing. As far as FY25 goes, the planning department doesn't have any major or really any new budget requests. Everything has kind of been already addressed and taken care of. So with that, the only thing that we're really going to be looking at is our staffing considerations. So we're going to be looking to hire a planner 1, planner 2, planner 3, or senior planner. We're looking at how we want to evaluate that and republish that to kind of get a variety of options since we're not getting a great pool or a big pool of applicants. An administrative aid may be needed for the future. Right now, we're doing okay. Debbie's doing an excellent job of keeping that moving forward with the administrative side. And then a permit tech position to review minor permit subdivision or permit submissions. And we have internal promotion possibilities for that role. As far as staff training initiatives, in 2023, I took Master Gardener training and attended the National Planning Conference. And then our planning technician did the permit and building code training for the permit technician certification. So for 2024, again, I'll be looking to do the National Planning Conference, probably virtually this year. Inspector 2, they need to get their property maintenance ICC certification and fire code 1. And then for the manager of inspections, just seeing if there's any Maryland Fire and Rescue Institute training opportunities that are available. So as far as the development overview for 2023, we had a total of 60 development review submissions. Most of those were major site plans and stormwater management plans. Of course, the stormwater management has a higher number because there's a 3-step process to that. But overall, you can see how our development generally picks up in June and July, and then kind of falls back down as development goes into the winter time. So I've also shown, I have maps that show how the development was broken down by ward. So for Ward 1, we had Pine Grove Neighborhood A, Magnolia Gardens, Rosewood Corner, and Mallard's Crossing that were approved and moving forward. For Ward 2, we had Pine Grove Neighborhood Q. All right, now they're working on Neighborhood Q1, Agricopia Section 7A. For Ward 3, we had the LaGrange subdivision that came in for a special exception for senior living community. We had 305 St. Mary's Avenue submit a minor subdivision. We had 109 Charles Street with the multifamily and Steeplechase Phase 3, South Town Center, and Stagecoach. So there was quite a bit of activity in the southwest quadrant this past year. Then in Ward 4, again, mainly Pine Grove Neighborhood I, O, neighborhood K, and then we have a single lot for the stair property that is going to come off of Blue Play Parkway as well. I'm not going to delve too far into this tonight unless there's specific questions, but I did attach the most recent update for the adequate capacity analysis that shows our water and sewer and where we're at with that. As you can see, when you take into account the plans that have been approved, as well as any plans that have their final plat recorded, we are down to 53,848 gallons per day of water and doing a little bit better on the sewer end, but we're reaching a critical point that we need to look at our water and how we're going to do that. We've had some discussions on how we want to look at things and how we need to proceed forward. So it's just something to keep in mind as we move forward with development. For our permit overview, we had quite a few permits. Debbie did a great job of handling the majority of that. We had a total of 1,454 permits that were submitted. And again, as with most of our development, it kind of hits the high point in the midsection of the year and then drips back down. But for new commercial, we had 16. And that was mainly, again, due to the multifamily. Even though it's a residential unit, it still counts as commercial under the International Building Code. New residential housing units, we had 242. And again, that was mainly because of Pine Grove. We had 179 residential use and occupancy permits and 33 commercial use and occupancy permits. And after that, again, it kind of ties in with the development review, but the major facility fee permit, we had 217. Plumbing, we had 162. Utility services permits was 245. And then surprisingly, actually, for the farmer's market, we had 148 permits. So we had quite a few on the farmer's market end. So that's just a quick overview of our permits. For our rental applications, I just have a yearly breakdown, kind of shows you where we're at. It generally kind of goes up and down since it's on a biannual basis. So we have some that are more this year and then it kind of drops down a little bit. But for 2023, we had 244 rental license applications. For our 2023 accomplishments, we drafted the development capacity report, which I briefly touched on. We started the draft for the adequate public facilities ordinance. We have some more research that we're doing on that just to make sure that we're doing everything correctly. We got our grant for the shared pedestrian bike path. We got our urban tree canopy completed, and urban tree canopy study completed. We updated and created the monthly development webpage on the town's website. We began the Southwest Quadrant Access Management Plan. We created Planning Commission rules and procedures. We updated Chapter 181 and Chapter 1. We worked with Keep a Plate Beautiful to get some public outreach and with Polly the Pollinator. We planted our native demonstration garden at Town Hall. We did a lot of enforcement with the fats, oils, and grease in cooperation with our Public Works and Operations Department. Staff attended the MML and did the annexation presentation and published municipal permitting software as well as purchasing an SUV for inspections. So our goals for FY25 is going to focus mainly on the code revisions. We've had a lot of development going on, which has kind of put a halt to some of the code revisions since that takes some time and effort and doing some research. So I would like to focus on that this year and try to get some of these updated. Update the town's zoning map because we have the new annexations. Update the ward map to accommodate the new annexations as well as looking at the new population estimates from 2020 to make sure that the wards are equally distributed. Finalize the development guide for the public, including the overview for municipality and how they can do electronic submissions. Publish the municipality online service portal, create the comprehensive plan tracking page, and FYI that has been created. It's on the website. It just needs to be updated to show where we're at with certain things. Complete the meets and bounds boundary update for the town. and just provide support and implementation for our Keep Play to Beautiful and other initiatives that we have going on. And that's all I have. If anyone has any questions.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. I'll open it up to the floor first. Any questions from? Yeah.
Thank you, Director Harington. That was a great presentation, and I appreciate all that. Keep forgetting to do that. Thank you. Thanks for the effort and for the staff and the presentation. It's a good summary. I like the idea that you're tracking it by ward. That's very helpful. And you mentioned complete streets. Is that going to be based upon the Smart Growth America process or something different? Do you know yet?
It's generally based on, most of the principles have a lot of the commonalities. That is one resource that I'm looking at to take away from. So it's going to be a matter of looking at different resources to see what's going to work for the town, because sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. We're also going to be looking at the standard details from Charles County to adopt some of the standard details and tying those in. So when we connect to roads, water, sewer, that they match up and they line up and we don't have too many issues when it comes to development review on that end. So it's going to be a combination. It's not going to be just straight pulling the smart cities, template and saying, here you go. So that's why it's taking a little bit longer is doing that research.
And then I know we'll probably talk about this later, but thanks for updating this development capacity worksheet, because you anticipated my question about when we may have to think about using the M word to slow down development because of the water issue. So at what point does that happen? And so what happens if Dave Jenkins comes up with a preliminary plan and we don't have water?
So that's where, like I said, right now we're working with, looking at our adequate public facilities ordinance draft that we're trying to do. We're trying to see what the best course of action is to move forward. Because we are working on the interconnection, which I'm sure they'll get into. And we have a plan of action on how things are going to proceed. It's just a matter of how we're going to do this. Do we need to look at the EDU factor? How many gallons per day that we're using? We have several different ways that we need to look at this, and it's just a matter of figuring it out right now, because now is the time to start figuring out what our next steps are.
So it could be even a waiting list.
It potentially, yes. And that's most likely the way that it would have to go, since we don't have an adequate public facilities ordinance published. Create kind of like with school seats where you have the waiting list and it's, gets to a certain point in the review process. And then you're stuck until we get the confirmation that we have the availability.
And I applaud your decision to switch vendors to go to that new software. I had some experience in past history with a prior firm, and thank you for doing that. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Director Harington, thank you for your presentation. Can you tell me the criteria for updating the ward map and how you establish what the new boundaries will be for each ward?
Yes, so it is actually outlined in the town code. Can't remember if that's in the charter or if it's in a certain section of the town code. I can't remember which one exactly, but it does state that the wards should be reviewed with the population density in mind. So we are working with spatial systems. We pulled the 2020 census population data, and Eric Stetzer, who's the main contact with spatial systems, has created a really neat tool that we're going to be able to utilize with ArcGIS Online. Where it kind of takes into account the census blocks and the approximate population. And it will help us redraw the lines to make sure that the population is as similar as possible in each of the 4 wards.
Thanks. Director Harington, thank you for the report and for the updates. I heard in response to Councilman Jenkins' question about when we might be looking at the APFO, kind of the finality of it, that we're still working on it, but is there an anticipated time frame? I know our goal is to have an adoption in FY25 from your slides, but I know this is probably, I don't know, it's got to rank up pretty high as one of the most ambitious tasks your department has probably undergone, and the magnitude of this is pretty pretty large considering the implications, right? So that being said, like what's our time frame in looking at something what the council will see to vote on, to tweak or whatever, looking ahead?
So I don't have an exact timeline because this is something that I'm working on with the town attorney. So it's kind of as he's available to discuss. I would like to try to get a draft in the next 3 months, that I can have something that we can kind of start looking at more on a, reviewing with the council and with other staff to kind of move that forward. So that would be preferable to me. So it's just a matter of sitting down and having that conversation and trying to iron out some of these harder details.
That makes sense. Another question I had as it relates to this policy, I guess it's not just a document, it's a policy moving forward. And we talked about it a number of times just with council and the town attorney as to trying to balance residential with commercial. Is there any kind of third-party certification process or review that we may be able to go through as we're completing it that, I don't know, gives it another set of eyes or another stamp of approval, so to speak? Not to say that we're not capable of doing it ourselves, but it just lends more credibility as to when we're implementing this for the business community and for our residents to say, no, this is what we're going to do moving forward. And these are the steps we've taken, not just internally, but externally made ourselves available for accountability. Is there any kind of other, organization?
You could certainly hire a contractor similarly to what we did with the comprehensive plan. So you could put out a bid. So I would have to add a budget item to do that because it's similar to the comprehensive plan. Where you put out an RFP, you get bids back to have someone do a comprehensive review of your adequate public facilities ordinance and kind of do that review and update if needed. So that is available if we wanted to go that route.
Wouldn't want to delay it, which of course, every time we do a study, it gets knocked out like 6-8 months. And then we look at it, then we have questions, and then it gets pushed back again. But is that, do you have any opinion on that, whether that may be helpful or not helpful from your perspective?
I think that when you do a look around at municipalities and counties, a lot of this information is out there. It's just a matter of what's going to work for the town. So that's why it's taking a little bit longer for us to go through this, is because, like just adopting the county's code doesn't really work. Looking at Leonardtown and other places, that it's just not quite the same. So you have to kind of see what's going on in the surrounding areas and then kind of tweak it and fit it to what we need it to do. So I don't really think that it's going to make much of a difference if we were to hire somebody to review it versus what we're doing. So I think that we can move forward, get this draft and kind of present it to council. And then from there, if there's any major red flags or concerns, that's something that we could consider.
Thank you very much.
Do you have a question?
I just have a couple questions. What is 305 St. Mary's? It came through that they had, it said St. Mary's, so I'm sure it's not Queen Anne, but had something going on there.
Yes, so 305 St. Mary's Avenue is going to be St. Mary's Villas 2. So it's right down here.
Just beside the funeral home.
Yeah.
Business climate.
Is the funeral home changing? I
No.
mean, that's,
No,
I
down-
thought there's
it's that
property on the side.
they're just adding another section of townhouses
Yeah.
there.
They're
Okay.
demolishing. Yeah. Yeah.
South Town Center, is that next to Popeyes?
No, Southtown Center is right next to Steeplechase.
Oh, Steeplechase,
Right
okay.
next to the
They
Montgomery
haven't,
track.
Yeah.
I know that they, obviously from your report that they have some interest there. Have they started doing anything yet?
Yes, so they did submit their stormwater management and they did a first review of their site plan. So they're proposing multifamily with a recreational commercial element in the front.
Okay.
We are working with them as well on the water and sewer planning as well. So we have had a meeting with Tony Olixon the other day, the engineer.
And then LaGrange subdivision, that one is next to the Craig House.
Yeah, right across from
And-
Trailwood.
Has there been any movement on that?
Yes, so they got their special exception approved through the Board of Appeals and they submitted the concept for their preliminary plat. Bobby and I had a meeting with them the other day to look at the layout and the consideration for the potential interparcel connector through the back of the site. And we had some concerns about some of the layouts and the turnarounds for trash vehicles and those types of things. So they sent us the original preliminary plan layout and their proposed, and we're kind of talking through that to see what we want them to change on that before we proceed forward with that.
That's senior development.
Correct.
All right, or age restricted. I hate the word senior when they say it's 55 and above, just saying. And then I noticed on the ARPA funding that you have used almost $5,400 out of $100,000 out of the GIS hardware upgrades. Do you have plans to upgrade even more, or does that suffice and that money can be reallocated?
So I think that
That's actually our project.
yeah,
Oh,
there's some,
Like a team when it comes to the GIS.
Okay.
Upgrade piece of that, and the ARPA projects. The 5,400 was for the equipment. And then I think we had another small amount for, the software that went with that.
I'm always looking to reallocate. Sam, there you go. Wonderful. Thank you so much. That was a great report, and it looks like you are not asking for a whole lot of money.
nothing.
So that is good. Hopefully you will get some more help in there. You have an amazing team, but I think they're getting a little overworked, as many are. All right, next. We'll just skip on that one because I seem to skip you every meeting.
I believe the next one is human resources.
Yeah. All right, you are up next. What do you have for us?
Madam Mayor, Town Council, you have before you what is surely the driest report of the evening. But I assure you, we are doing lots of shiny things for the town of La Plata. Legislative services, you'll find our activities under general government and under Parks and Recreation for community promotion. We provide direct admin support and legislative support to the town council, obviously, and executive department, and then the rest of the town as well. We also provide staff support to the Beautification Commission, Board of Appeals, Board of Supervisors Elections, Ethics Commission, Farmers Market, Historic Preservation Commission, and Keep La Plata Beautiful. You'll find our activities generally aligned with the strategic plan under good governance, well, actually under community engagement and citizenship, accountability, respect, and equity. So that would be all four of our town core values. And also we align many of our activities with economic development and in the strategic plan, all right, I'm sorry, in the comprehensive plan, as well as community promotion. We do anticipate some increases in our expenditures this year. We have elections coming up. I'm sure you may have heard of that. We anticipate some transition as far as technology, and also we'll be using electronic voting machines this year, hopefully, if we can get that online. So the last budget for that was $8,000, and it will be something more than that, obviously. Another item that's high on our priorities is upgrading our meeting management platform. That would be CivicWeb. The one we have is functional. There is a newer version out and we missed that update somehow. So now we'd like to, since we still have ARPA funds left in website enhancement, we'd like to, kind of double jump up and upgrade and get a more transparent, easier to access platform, both for the town council and for the general population, the general public. The Town of La Plata Citizens Academy, that may be a little more personal of a priority for me, but also I do believe it would increase government transparency, community engagement, and possibly prepare our next council better for their transition into, your seats. Beautification, Keep La Plata Beautiful. Most of their activities have been funded under ARPA, and we do have quite a bit left to allocate the rest of the year. I feel confident we will be able to allocate all that money and get it spent for sure by the end of next year. I promise, Karina, but definitely allocated by the end of this year. Definitely allocated by the end of this year. I can't promise spent this year. And then the last thing, which has been floating for a few years, is the Main Street Maryland, Main Street America campaign effort. It's still somewhat unclear how we want to go about that. And if we have talked often about getting a town council read on, do we want to pursue full membership, or are we at a place where we're comfortable, or do we want to engage with Main Street at all? With that, I will open it up to questions.
All right, well, before I open it up the floor, I have to say you definitely get the gold star this evening for referencing, not only referencing strategic plan, but then putting in which ones it corresponds with. So definitely the gold star on that. You are the mark to beat today. So good for you. And there's so many fantastic priorities that you have here. I love the idea of the Citizens Academy. I know that the county has done that, and we've done that in the past. And I think that is, so many people don't even know they live in a municipality. So this could be such a valuable tool to educate our citizens on that. And also the Main Street Maryland, I love that idea. You know, I'm very passionate about that, but I want to see how beneficial it is, who's going to run it, and how will it tie in with the tourism zone when that bill gets passed. So those are just kind of my, just off the top comments. And yes, please do spend, you have money for the firehouse that I have seen for that. You've got some money out there for ARPA that I am glad to hear that you publicly stated that you will be committing it by the end of this year.
Yes, ma'am.
Calendar year. Okay. All right. Any questions from council? Go ahead.
Thank you. Again, thank you, Director Kelly, Phipps. That was a great presentation. I too would laud you for the complete referencing the strategic plan. Thank you. The idea of increasing, I guess, the online platform for more citizen engagement, I would support that through the website or the other website. The idea of the amphitheater at Wills Park is also important. I know that's going to be an ARPA funding, I believe, right?
Correct.
So I would, Lord, praise you for that, praise the department for that. The idea, I had my notes here. Oh yeah, the idea of establishing a business directory. I think that's important. And I say that because we have an opportunity for additional businesses coming to the town, because there's two large parcels in Pine Grove that will be dedicated to some commercial office, some kind of commercial uses. So there's an opportunity for not only existing businesses to expand to maybe attract new ones. So to have some kind of inventory would be very helpful. And I guess we would work with the La Plata Business Association on that as well, right?
I know they have their own
Yeah.
members business
Correct.
directory, but my concern there is it doesn't include all the businesses in La Plata
Right.
that aren't part of the La Plata Business
Correct.
Association.
That's very helpful to help us maybe have the beginning of some kind of an economic development function within the town. With respect to Main Street, I would support that. And have a tentative meeting. I haven't got everybody to comply yet or say yes, but I'm setting up a meeting with the La Plata Town Center Board for next Tuesday, February the 6th at 8:30 in the morning to try to get, they were on a hiatus to figure out and kind of reset and get some updates about what's happening in the area of the town. So I'm trying to convene that for next week.
Well, that would be fantastic, sir. And
More to follow.
one thing they might, if they need an immediate target, is Main Street America just came out with this new self-assessment program. That might be something they should look at.
I have it and I'm reading it now, and I'm going to provide that to them as well. The other thing that perhaps we could pursue, and it's not in the budget yet, but maybe do wayfinding signs in the town. Just food for thought in the future. Thank you. And again, thanks for the presentation and the work. Thank you.
Any other questions? Quick question on the website update. I noticed that
the first half of FY 24 is that we did that. We still have money allocated for that, more money allocated for that.
We do. And so what I'm exploring now is we'd be using some of that money for the meeting management, the agenda management platform. And from what I saw on the treasurer's report, we probably will have enough in there to also enhance it with the business directory.
Okay, good. Fantastic. All right. Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you very much. All right. Moving along nicely. Let's see what's next on our agenda. I'm looking over here. Let's see, you went after her this time. Well, you always do.
I always try to
just
go
skip.
before her.
I
but it
always
never
just
seems to
skip
work.
you. I skip Kelly. All right, Director Kennedy, it is all yours.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. This is my first official budget retreat. I think last year I was here for a whole week when I had to do this, so I didn't really participate much. But it has been a heck of a first year for the HR department. So the biggest thing I would say, that we're working on and are mostly settled on is the implementation of our HRIS in Paylocity, which of course consolidated a lot of the human resource functions that were in Tyler, and then also the use of time clock, and put them in one package so that not only is it easier for employees to manage, the punching in and out and seeing their taxes and their paychecks and managing their time and leave, but then it also flows straight into the payroll, which makes it, which makes Martha very excited, that it's all kind of all in one space for her. To make it easier. And then we have seen in some of the data from Paylocity that there has been an increase in employee engagement. I can see on a monthly basis how many employees are actually utilizing the platform. And it has steadily gone up each month since it's been in place, as everybody just gets used to using it and the tools that are within it. We do have some community participation, which is a section, almost like a social media part of Paylocity. The recipe group is very active with our disgusting foods, but we are getting people that are doing that. And right now it is posting whenever anybody has service awards, like today is Karina's 1-year anniversary. So,
Oh, see, look at that. We threw you a party. Isn't that so kind of us?
yeah. So stuff like that is posted up there for everybody to see and comment. And we have had a few people take advantage of the impressions feature, which is to kind of give some peer-to-peer recognition and say attaboys or good job for work done. So we are seeing some of that coming through the platform. Our integration is our recruiting and onboarding and benefits are all in that platform as well. So when we hire somebody from the recruiting platforms, it goes straight into all their documentation, gets them onboarded, gets everything all done, all the legal documents, I-9s, they can register for their benefits. And again, that flows straight to their paychecks from a deduction standpoint. So it's all very, very streamlined. We will have our first open enrollment with the platform probably in May. I think I'm going to target May or June. And then also with Paylocity, we became an E-Verify employer, which means that all the I-9s go to the Department of Homeland Security, and they verify that, the passport you said is your proof of citizenship or eligibility, that they'll actually show me a picture and say, yep, that matches.
Nice.
So we can kind of have that extra layer of security that says, that we are hiring who we say we are. I also implemented an employee discount program through Working Advantage. I have seen and heard that employees have kind of looked at that for tickets. I know I've heard people using it for movie tickets. I've heard people have used it looking for hotels. So that's out there. There's still a ton of other features that can be utilized. Pet insurance, I know people have asked about. They have discounts through there as well. And that kind of, because I can't have Kelly steal my strategic plan thunder. This is part of the operational excellence of utilizing technology. So she can't have it all. So I am going to continue to use that as we move into our next year. So what I'm looking at right now is employee recognition and rewards programs. There's a couple of different services out there that
They're either points-based, which are essentially dollar-based, that you can allocate for peer-to-peer recognitions, and then employees that can save those points, those dollars, and then go out and utilize them on a platform for, you know, if they want Amazon gift cards or Starbucks gift cards, or they want to save up for that, you know, bleacher seat so they can go to the big game. You know, they have a whole catalog of stuff that they can choose from. And there's also sites out there that I'm looking at that are just reward based. So for anniversary years, you know, 5, 10, 15, 20 years, you know, it's an extra bonus. It's a, you know, a financial, you know, we would assign a cost to it, and then the employees can again go out and pick out something they actually need and want, rather than like a, you know, just a inkjet printer certificate, you know, that says, hey, thanks. So it's something a little bit more meaningful. So that's what I'm looking into for next year. And again, as Director Phipps mentioned, we are looking to kind of formalize processes for elected officials coming up as we move into the next cycle. Kind of some lessons learned when we were trying to onboard Councilman Winkler, and then just to have something formal in place so that we can remember what do we need and what do we need to do. Then another thing that's on our radar is to reevaluate our current tuition reimbursement cap. Right now, the ordinance says that it's based on University of Maryland's 1 semester of a half-time student, which right now is only $1,998. Karina and I have had conversations about increasing that so that it matches the IRX taxable income limit, which is $5,250 annually. So that way it covers more than a semester for our employees if they're going through school. I'm also looking to revamp the performance evaluations. I've had some, when I first got on board, there was some conversation about it, and then haven't really had a chance to revisit it. Paylocity has a performance tool within its platform. My peers have given me mixed reviews about how well that works. So I may look elsewhere to find something that maybe suits our needs a little bit better after I have a chance to work with the other directors to find out kind of what's on our wish list, and what makes sense. And then we'll find a platform that kind of can do what we need. And then, of course, whether it's in Paylocity, which also has a learning management system, I'll either, you know, look into something like that, or there are alternative platforms out there as well, so that we can make sure that we're doing annual trainings like sexual harassment and, you know, driver safety, or diversity and inclusion. Sure. So we're going to make sure that we have something that I can just push out to the employees. They can do it all in one place, and then I can easily track who's completed it, who's not completed it. And we can push out reminders without having to chase them down all the time. And then the next big thing on my agenda for this year, of course, is focusing on health and wellness. Director Phipps and I are working on possibly bringing some kind of walking or running event, maybe to the employees, something to get people up and moving. We're also looking at adding the retiree medical health plan to our offerings. I just got the contract back from our brokers this afternoon, so I haven't had a chance to read through it, make sure that it checks all the boxes. But that is in process, and we should have the contract updated very quickly once everybody has a chance to review it and say grace over it. And then the other thing that we're looking, of course, is similar to things that you can find in Working Advantage, is some of these ancillary benefits to offer the employees, whether that's pet insurance, travel insurance, online cyber protection, those kind of things that would be no cost to the town other than just managing it and hooking up the employee with that platform and that ability so that they can enroll in those if they want. So those are my big targets.
Fantastic.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Mayor. The only other thing that's on there that's not on my slides is my training and recertifications. I know that's part of my budget from this year. I have requested and put in proposals for several speaking engagements throughout the region for next year. So hopefully, if I get those and I'm speaking, part of my comp is the registration for the conferences, and oftentimes it's my hotel as well. So if I can save the town some money there, that's what I'm going to try to do.
Wonderful.
So,
Thank you very much. We'll open the floor. Councilwoman Bryant Ward.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you. You've done a phenomenal job to come in your first year, and all of the things that you've thought about to bring to the town is excellent. I would love to see your to-do list. So under health and wellness, you said adding retirement medical benefits to the health plans. That was one of the things we asked for other employees on the pension and retirement plan. Is this the same thing?
Yes, it will work hand in hand. So this way, if we do have an early retirement, then they can actually have medical insurance while they're off as well. So this will kind of cover that gap until their Medicare age.
Any other questions? Go ahead.
Thank you again. That was a great presentation. I appreciate the work you've done. It was a good hire to step to the department and then have you here. Thanks again for referencing the strategic plan. And then I just had a general question. What is the difficulty that you're having hiring a senior planner? It seemed like I'm just curious what the issues are.
So we actually, one is just people that actually have planning experience. It's not for lack of applications, it's lack for experienced applications. We did have a relatively good candidate a couple of weeks ago. However, there was a conflict of interest because that person has worked on so many projects that we are also working on. And so with the AICP code of ethics, it would have been a conflict for them to work on any projects for us that they had been part of on the other side of the table, so to speak. So I know Director Harington and I kind of brainstormed and said, well, let's just open the wide pool and let's just see who we can get and see if there's some opportunities for somebody that's close that we can maybe, finesse into that role in the future too. That way we're not limiting ourselves. I have put out an initial post and we're getting some applications, but they're either, we're getting a lot of foreign applications from people who have no US-based experience. Or we're getting people that are customer service representatives or insurance agents or just customer service, like not relevant fields. So it's just a matter of sorting through there and just finding the ones that are right.
So it's a possible, and again, I'm not trying to get in the weeds. Perhaps you get somebody that can grow into the job. Is that what you're kind of saying, maybe?
Potentially, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we're not going to limit ourselves.
Sure. And I think it was a previous comment made that I don't want to speak for you, but I guess you need some help, and that's appropriate. So I certainly hope.
We're trying. I thought we were making progress, and then that last one was like,
Thank you.
yeah.
Was I that difficult?
No, your lessons learned.
I will say, and all joking aside, because you mentioned two things, the employee recognition and as somebody who oftentimes is critical of such things, I can tell you that when you get down to the nitty gritty and the meat and potatoes of it, a fellow employee saying, hey, I got a recognition of a job well done, or thank you for helping, and that goes a long way. And it's really hard to put a price tag on that.
What I'm hearing is that I have a larger budget for that.
But I will say, as somebody who is new to this council, that, yeah, I definitely think there is some opportunity for some improvement and to engage people to get on in future years to become more involved in just the various aspects of the town. So I applaud you for that.
Thank you. All right. Couple things. On that working advantage, I love that I get the emails on. Today it was something about getting your Microsoft whole Office package, normally $299. It was $29, so it's quite a bargain there. So go ahead and shop.
I think there's a tax service discounts on there right now as well.
That's what I was looking for, so I will go back there again. Love the idea, as Councilman Winkler just said, about recognizing and rewarding the hardworking employees. And it does go a long way to recognize, as we just publicly recognized the 1-year anniversary of Karina. Thank you very much. We'll think of something, Ava. Maybe there's some food out there for you. And the formalizing an onboard for elected officials. I know when I came in 2017, they did a really good job of onboarding. Well, probably telling us what it was all about, because we may not have known what being an elected official was about and what was it entailed. And I think that whether you've been in office for 20 years or 2 minutes, I think this is going to be a very valuable tool to have. The reimbursement for tuition, there's always UMGC as a great option, just putting that out there. The new hires and recruiting. One thing is, are you thinking about maybe doing a cybersecurity training as well?
That could be added to our,
I know we have to do that annually at the college UMGC that I teach at, and no shameless plug. And we also have to do a civility and a DEI. So those are things that just are buzzwords right now. And the last thing is reevaluating the HSA. I know that that's something that you have been looking at, and maybe that is something to include, and I don't know because that is getting into the weeds, but I know that in some organizations that they offer discounts to the local gyms, and that actually helps with the insurance and all of that. But that's just something, some food for thought.
sure.
Great presentation, and thank you for referencing the strategic plan as well.
That's what I said. I can't let director.
Yeah, I know. Good job.
Little,
Good
little
job.
competition there. It's fine.
All right, so we right now are at 6:25. We have a 10-minute break. We will start back here at 6:35, so 35, 35. I'm pretty good in math. There you go. Thank you.
Hey. Today. What's that?
Is it Carl next or?
Yes.
we'll
No, we're not last. Karina's last.
Maria's last? Oh, she goes over that.
Just a short one. Mike was there talking to me, and right while he's calling me, John calls Mike. And it's fussing like hell.
Yeah, Tony.
Yeah.
That's because Tony was finishing up his garbage and Larry's week, so he got lost.
He was finishing up
He
Delvin.
was finishing up Elvin's dock and going back to the shop. Getting the other truck for John. John had to wait. So he got pissed. Apparently him and Tony got into it right. So,
My only thing is, if we have to set it up so that he goes over and picks up, that truck doesn't have to be packed out. I mean, the bottom line is, if he's even close, Tony can go pick that shit up. But I know they've been fussing in the past about, Tony not filling the trucks up with fuel and all that kind of shit. And the bottom line is, God damn it, he's not doing that damn much. That he can't goddamn be,
I addressed that the other day.
And my thing is that, you know what? Look, if he's over there and get tied up, a lot of times Tony will be just sitting around wasting time. And the bottom line is, we're doing this from an efficiency standpoint. And the last thing I want to do is have John, sitting over there with three guys, twiddling his thumbs. It kind of goes around. And so, I think we need to really look at how we, what's it going to take to get to the landfill? What's going to take to get back? I don't even care, to be honest, if he takes, I know, John wants his truck back and Delvin wants his.
Yeah.
But I don't, really don't give a shit sometimes. If you're on your way back and he's ready to go, then Christ, go ahead and give him that truck and let him keep on going.
Yeah, I
just-
just started addressing that after I found out. I thought he was doing the address with me.
All three of those trucks should be pre-tripped by him. The three that are sitting there should be pre-tripped by him, ready to go. I mean, what else? I mean, other than just sitting there playing on his phone.
Yeah, that's just waiting for the call.
My thing is that, this should be a situation where, you want to be out there with the truck ready to go, boom, so that this whole decision to keep that and to have him there as a driver is to turn around and say, this is about efficiency. And the last thing I need to do.
Was, I think he was finishing Delvin's, on his way back from Delvin's in Detroit. And he called and said he was ready.
Yeah.
So it took a little bit of time to get to.
So, yeah, I just think that it's,
Those are being dumped and they don't even know. You know what I'm saying? Both.
well, usually speaking with Joe, who's ever got Joey is the thing is going to be slow. I mean, it's just that simple. But the bottom line is that we got to get better to where, you know, we have to figure it out to where we empty Kelvin's truck earlier than before or whatever. And, you know, work it out so that it's not something where he's over there sitting there. You know, we're doing this for efficiency, not for, you know, having people sit around on their ass, twiddling their thumbs.
It's down the street from us.
Karina, with you being, hey, Karina, with you being so new, I'm glad you put it up there so I could remember your name. Where's this, Carl? Pirates Cove? Where is it?
Drifted.
Oh, Griffin, yeah. Oh, many times. No, I had an uncle that turned 100 here, last year. And my cousin had his 100th birthday party at Pirates Cove.
I'm trying to tap on the laptop and
When we go down to Sandgates is our kind of hangout. We're either Sandgates or they're all the same family. Down, if you go down to, you know, the St. Mary's end down on the rivers, they're all Copsies. It's just how they're all, because like even, you know, if you go to Foxy Fish, that's Sis Copsey's son owns that. And then Sis owns Sandgates and her brother owns Captain Leonard's. I mean, hell, they're every one of them is related.
Drifted used to close. Now they're open all year round.
Oh, yeah, Sandgates is closed. That's right. We haven't been. And Paul Thompson's opening up. Paul's opening up.
Barbecue place?
Yeah, Smokehouse. He's opening up on the 7th. Because Belinda sent us a thing the other day about it. Because we go, we're usually at Smokehouse one day during the week, and when Sandgates is open, we're usually down there. One night, we usually go down to Sandgates. Because I like Sandgates so much better, because like if you go to Captain Leonard's, I like Captain Leonard's, but you always end up waiting, whereas you can go down to Sandgates and get right in. I didn't eat there this, we were always down Sandgates.
Couple times.
She does a great job. I'm telling you what, I love her rockfish. I mean, she fries up the nicest rockfish. I mean, it's delicious.
I think there's signs. How much do tomatoes?
I love those.
Well, and I mean, nobody goes, oh, I can't wait to have the kale, but it's so exciting.
No, we were over there a couple weeks ago.
It's only for
And
special.
you know,
occasions.
I didn't know this.
Very pricey.
We went into Jerry's with my parents and Stenny came in. And, you know, he got remarried.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, he got remarried. Because we of course, you know, they've been family friends for a long time. And so my mom hadn't seen him in a lot, because they worked together in Annapolis, you know, for a number of years. And so you do? Next year, I want to have this allocated by dollars spent, by minutes allocated. So that, you know, we get minutes allocated for us. And that's for you all's benefit. The bottom line is those of us that spend the most should have more time.
All right, it is 6:35.
Tell me you want 5 minutes, I'll give you 5.
I would like to call our break over, and, Madam Town Clerk, I was remiss in having a roll call for the record. Could you just do a roll call, please, of, those in attendance or the elected officials in attendance, please?
Yes, ma'am. Councilmember Winkler.
Here.
Present.
Councilman Trollinger.
Present.
Councilwoman Brian Ward.
Here.
Councilman Jenkins.
Here.
And Mayor James.
All right, thank you. I appreciate that. All right, next on our agenda here is Chief. It's all yours.
All right, hopefully we can get the PowerPoint. That'd be great. Karina told me I had between 15 and 20 minutes, so I'm setting my timer at 17, allowing 3 minutes for questions, hopefully.
Love it.
So there we go. All right. You know, throughout the year, each month, the police department presents its monthly accomplishments. So really what we wanted to concentrate on now was what we see coming into the future for us, and doing that with some statistical benchmark data. Throughout the year, command staff examines the workload. We look at best practices in law enforcement. We look at the impacts in legislative police reform that just flows out of Annapolis on a regular basis. We examine CALEA standards and other factors to determine the best positions to put our sworn and non-sworn staff in for success. Last year, the council was kind enough to add 2 positions and reclassify several others, and that has worked very well for our agency. This is kind of what we're proposing as we go into FY25. We do know it has a lot to do with funding available, but you can kind of look at this as our wish list. We'd like to reclassify one of our current administrative assistant positions and have that individual assume the responsibility of custodial evidence manager and also serve as a crime scene technician. The other current administrative 2 position we'd like to reclassify as a training coordinator, serve as a backup as a crime scene technician, and serve as a backup custodial evidence manager. The agency's growing fast enough and the calls for service are dictating that we really need to move in that direction. Having a sworn member perform these duties in a growing agency really is expensive. It also creates a high turnover rate with sworn members performing these tasks because they transfer out later or they want to get promoted. So utilizing non-sworn members typically creates consistency and typically a much longer tenure in the position so they can develop expertise. Both former administrative assistant 2s would assist in with in-car camera and body camera video assistance as needed, because that's a priority, especially to get those over to State's Attorney Covington. We believe as we upgrade our Panasonic in-car and body camera systems, the software will require hopefully less time in preparing videos for court. We'd also like to add an administrative assistant position whose primary position responsibilities would be the in-car camera and body camera management, as well as records management duties. We're just seeing our agency grow quickly. We'd like to reclassify one of our drug task force positions to the rank of corporal. And speaking with Chief Mitchell, who is in charge of the high intensity drug trafficking area task force that we're a member of, and with Sheriff Berry with the Charles County Drug Task Force. They really want to see when we assign folks to those task force, people who have experience. So we're a young department, and allowing us to have a little latitude, but putting corporals in those positions would be extremely helpful. We'd like to add the following specializations. One would be an additional detective because of workload. One would be a community policing officer to manage all the things that we have going on and that you see in the monthly reports, and to add a canine handler. Now, there are canine handlers in the county. Most of the time they're in the north part of the county up near Waldorf or over in the west. So response time, if they're available, is not normally very good. So I'd much rather have a dog search a building than one of our police officers, or go into the woods after a suspect. It makes sense and it keeps them safe. We sent the proposed MOU to the Charles Regional Medical Center, adding the third full-time officer. That was sent about a week and a half ago, and they have not even acknowledged the email yet. So I will be pursuing that as we move forward. The last personnel bullet is seeking guidance from the council, and we can do that at the end. If they want us to move forward for a third time and try to obtain a DOJ grant for a mental health co-responder model that we really want to implement. As you know, we've applied twice before, and we were turned down by DOJ. However, since then, we've applied for a DOJ grant last year and received $127,000 from the Kevin and Avante program for reducing injury and death of missing individuals with dementia and developmental disabilities. Our grant writer believes that once you secure that first grant and you can tie it into a successful, your second grant tying it to success with the first grant, that you have a much greater opportunity in succeeding at future DOJ grants. So as we know, with the co-responder model that we had proposed for the last two grant cycles, bless you, interacting with people with autism and dementia was part of that mental health crisis that we really wanted to team up with Dr. Abney to have that co-responder model. And we think they just kind of go hand in hand. 2022 to 2023, we saw a 5.4% increase in calls for service. Since 2019, calls for service have increased approximately 70%. In that same time frame, co-response with a La Plata police officer and a Charles County sheriff's officer on the same call has decreased 46%. So our start lines are going in very different directions. And a lot of that has to do with the staffing that the sheriff has, where his crime is at, and it's mostly up towards Waldorf and then over into Indian Head. So like any chief or sheriff, you put your bodies where they're needed the most. And so we've seen a decrease there. One thing that I've noticed, and it's been true over the course of my career, that as you see call volume increase, especially with the percentages that we have seen, the sponge can only hold so much water. So when you get to that point, some other areas of service can begin to suffer. And we try to be very aware of that and follow that closely. One, for employee burnout for the number of calls that they're answering, and two, to make sure that we're providing a really good service to our citizens. So this is just a 10-year graph that we presented to you. You can see the growth that we had. We had the dip there in COVID, and then we just continue to climb with calls for service. You know, after COVID, when we came out, one of the things that actually during COVID, and then as we came out of COVID, one of the things that we saw a lot of increase of types of calls for service were overdoses, especially when it came to things that were related to fentanyl. I wasn't used to that working in Greenbelt. We did not have a lot of opioids. Crack cocaine was everywhere, marijuana was everywhere, and we dealt with PCP. But Southern Maryland seems to be hit very hard by the fentanyl opioid crisis. as such, we responded working with Dr. Abney to equip every officer with Narcan, naloxone, so that they can treat people who are having overdoses. I don't know, Bobby, was it last weekend or the week before, one of our rookies, Bladen, got to dispense Narcan for the first time. Very excited about that. So, and they ended up most likely saving the individual's life. We saw an increase, and it continues with people in mental health crisis. This type of calls we see our officers running, and an increase in domestic disputes. So our part 1 crime, part 2 crime graph. Part 1 crime ticked up just a little bit this year over last year. When you look at part 1 crimes in municipalities and in counties to some point, part 1 crime is driven by larcenies. Your part 1 crimes are murder, rape, robbery, aggravated assault, larcenies, auto theft, and arson. So for us, we're driven by larcenies. So larcenies are really driven by loss prevention officers at different retail locations. We met with the retail, one of the large box retailers last week with one of the loss prevention officers. And he was telling us about how his agency or his company has changed their loss prevention rules. So what they do now is, at least this very large organization, they allow somebody to come in, probably not, I don't know if I want to give out trade secrets or whatever, but a lot of times they wait till the 3rd time an individual shoplifts before they call us. But the issue becomes they want to prosecute not only for that incident, but the previous 2. And Bobby, did we say we had one where they had held it, finally caught the person, and there was 8, which took one of our officers almost an entire shift to handle that call, do the charges and whatever else. So when we get in here and we look at larcenies and our part 1 crimes going down, when our officer goes out and they're reporting 3 at one time, we're only scoring 1 larceny as far as stats go. And I'm not really a stat driven chief, but it helps explain, as we've looked at it over time, why are these numbers decreasing? So the officer's actually handling 3 larcenies at one time, but on the sheet, it only goes down as 1 crime and goes in as 1 arrest. So I hope that kind of makes sense to you. Promise I'm going to quit. This is a part 1 crime comparison. I always find this interesting. We did this when I was in Greenbelt. Population of La Plata is about 6.28% of that of Charles County. However, we have 12.36% of all part 1 crime that's reported in the county. And a lot of that has to do with the fact that we're a trade center. We have people that come in from different places. And it also has to do with a lot of our big stores sit right on 301. So people think it's an easy place to come in and do whatever it is they want to do and then jump back out on the Crane Highway. The adult arrests, as we see, have continued to go down. And like I said, part of that has to do with how the retailers are handling their report of theft. It has to do with the decriminalization of marijuana, where we would also can make 2 or 3 marijuana citation arrests in a day. And then some has to do with the increased calls that we're handling. So having worked a beat in Greenbelt that was quite busy, and we're not there yet, but we're heading in that direction. A lot of times you ask yourself, if I make this misdemeanor arrest, is my squad going to have to pick up calls and reports in my beat? So you make decisions whether you're going to make arrests or not that are discretionary. Not all arrests are discretionary, but many of them are. So there's a lot to this. I wish to say that this was a really good sign. I think it's just part of the overall picture of running more calls and policy changes in our retail areas, as well as some driven by the law about mandatory citations instead of making on-view arrest. Traffic statistics, I know that's near and dear to Councilman Jenkins' heart. Our traffic statistics are back to pre-COVID level. As you'll see, we write a lot more warnings and repair orders than we do citations. It actually comes in at about 25% of the traffic paper written is a citation and 75% is a warning. I kind of like that. It shows our folks are using discretion when they're out there interacting with the public. As I've talked about since I've been here in my tenure, there's a difference between call volume and call complexity. Call volume, you run to the alarm at the house after the thunderstorm in August, and you run that 5, 6, 7 of them in the same development because the electricity blinked. 2 officers go, they walk around, they clear it, everything's okay. Takes a few minutes to do that. We are seeing more and more of the complex calls for service in here. And most of them are firearms related. So when I was putting this presentation together, I just went and I looked at some of the local media and some of the headlines that they put up for La Plata. And then I went back and I looked at last year's presentation where the headlines dealt with 2 homicides that occurred in town, a serial burglary and a home invasion. And then I looked at the year before, and it was about a homicide that occurred in town. And then numerous gun photos that we put in there that our officers had seized during car stops mostly. And during that year, we saw ghost guns coming off the street. And we had one individual who was driving around with an AR-15 rifle that we were able to safely de-escalate with him and take that gun into custody as well as him. So we continue to see our call complexity increasing as well as our call volume. So just looking at some of our future and ongoing personnel priorities, you know, the biggest priority I have is retaining the current team that I've got. We bring people in, we look for good young talent, we put them through a really good police academy, and then keeping them so they can, I always equate it when I grew up, the Baltimore Orioles were the best team in the 1970s. And why were they the best team in the 1970s? Because they followed the Oriole way. They raised people through the farm system, brought them up to the major leagues, and they were successful year after year after year. And that's what we're trying to build here, bringing good young talent. We bring in experienced officers when it makes sense to us and it benefits us and them. To me, that's our our number one goal as we move forward is just keeping the talent that we have. And then we have to have the ability to, as the town grows and our agency grows, to recruit and bring on new team members who will just fit into that same mold. We've been able to improve the diversity here, which has just eluded us in a lot of ways, especially with female officers. We just got Officer Cheney, who's on the street. We have 2 officers in the Anne Arundel County Police Academy who are female. And it's really helping us bring about our diversity. So one of the things they teach you when you go to these schools on how to recruit and hire is if you have a few folks and you can bring them to your recruiting events, people are drawn to people that look like them. So it's important for us to keep these young ladies and our other minority officers and make them a big part of our recruiting team. And then, you know, we'd really like to see that 3rd position at UR CMC, the hospital. We'll really like to have that position there, but only on the terms that we set forth with the council. As we presented earlier, when we talked about the specialization, bringing on another detective, a K-9 handler, and a community policing officer will not only help us as we grow as an organization, but help provide those extra services that our community deserves.
Oh, look at that. You know,
So,
take those 3 minutes that you were going to do for questions.
Yeah.
We'll go.
Sorry, man. Okay, so future challenge workspace. We're really hoping that this comes about with what we're working on. Really do. As we know, there's a nexus between Charles County and La Plata and other jurisdictions that have higher rates of violent crime and higher violent crime activity. We continue to monitor that, and a lot of that, when we see our gun seizures, it kind of fits within that mold. have in here, skip number 12.
Yep.
There you go.
Police reform, a couple things to put on the radar. There's a bill in Annapolis that would make all sworn officers wear body cameras, not just those in patrol. There's a price tag associated with that. Not just, the cameras aren't all that expensive, but any of the storage of the video. And the bill actually is kind of poorly written. As it is written now, I would have to have my body camera on sitting in here if this bill passes, because it's a police activity. I'm here presenting to the council. So we're hoping that language gets cleaned up. The chiefs and sheriffs aren't opposed to the bill. We just need it cleaned up. In Annapolis, there's also another bill that requires all firearms owners to carry $300,000 in liability insurance. Interestingly, the bill excludes federal law enforcement from it, but will require local police officers, state police officers to have that insurance. Similar bill in California was passed, and it's being challenged as unconstitutional, so there was a stay on it. But it's just something to keep on our radar. And one of the things that we watch at the chiefs and sheriffs level is we know what happens in California one year is introduced in Maryland the next year or the following year. So it's something we keep an eye on. And then the cost of hearing boards, when an officer decides that they're not going to accept punishments handed down by the ACC. Same slide we've used, just the national kind of view on policing and how hard it is to recruit. Succession plans, we have 6 officers up there who have 187 years of experience. We take it very serious. We try to bring our folks up and give them the training that they need, especially once they get up to the rank of sergeant, making sure that they get to several classes that are going to help them benefit and hopefully step into command levels. We try to follow the 21st century policing plan handed down by the Obama administration. One of the things we know we're not good at, we have to improve on, is officer wellness. So it's something that as we build our budget, we plan to include a couple of things that will help with that. And I think I'll just end it there. So,
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Questions from council?
I know I went longer than.
That's all right. You
Sorry.
know what? But you're
Sorry,
close.
Karina, I tried.
But you were close, Bobby. Did you? Okay, he was close. So you're gonna get the same amount of time? You're gonna do that too?
You tell me what the time is.
I
You
love
may only see one page out of me, but I'll tell you what, I put plenty in there.
Councilman Bryant Ward.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Chief, for your presentation. I just have a couple of questions. Throughout the years, we noticed that you do a lot of training and conferences with your team. I didn't see any reference to conferences or training.
We've been fortunate because the council has been very generous with our training budget, and hopefully we can keep that same training budget as we've had here in the past. But that's a big part of our succession plan. It's also a big part of helping bring specializations to the town.
Okay, just didn't see any references to it. And then looking at your personnel priorities, you got add an administrative aide to position for body and in-camera video, reclassify one current administrative aide to position, reclassify the other administrative aide to training coordinator. I didn't see the administrative aides on your organizational chart. Am I missing them, or are they called something different?
I brought them out and I put them in purple. So they are the reclassification positions that I have on the chart. So they on your, as you're looking at it.
So the evidence custodian, training evidence, and drug task corporal, and then at the bottom, okay, it's reclassified. So does that mean you won't have any administrative aides left after you reclassify them all?
We were hoping to pick up one, and that administrative aide would be responsible for the in-car camera, body camera footage, and records management. And then moving the 2 that we currently have, making one the evidence custodian and a crime scene processor, and then making the other a training coordinator a secondary crime scene processor and a secondary evidence custodian was how we wanted to kind of work those reclassifications.
Okay. And then the other, I think, let's see. Okay, so both reclassified positions would also assist with overflow body and in-camera video processing. Do we have that much evidence on video processing that it requires?
It ebbs and flows.
It ebbs and flows.
Yeah.
So what would the individuals do in the ebbs?
Oh, there's other record management things that they do. They help with certifications. Matt, I don't know if you can kind of assist with that, which they do up front, but
Well, they definitely helped me out with like a lot of the NCIC paperwork and audits. The courts have been requesting more and more video, especially for in-car video and body cam video. And the problem with that is that it takes a long time to burn each one because we're still utilizing discs. We're planning on moving away from that to where it's like a direct share file with state's attorney's office, but you can only do that so much for certain things. Like we still have video that we acquire from actual crime scenes that aren't our video that we have to burn or transfer to thumb drives and then send to them. For that.
they're always busy.
Yeah, they are always busy, especially with updating all of our records and expungements take a lot of time, especially with every year with the police reform, there's more stricter standards on the expungements, especially when it comes to juvenile records. And like with the decriminalization of marijuana, they have to, start taking out certain, prior convictions of that. So there's still plenty of administrative work for them to do aside from that. And they're also classifying reports, sending them to Captain Payne, where he does our federal statistics with UCR coding and crime mapping and stuff like that.
So that brings me to another question. I know the very first year we did budget, we talked about increasing fees for production of documents for attorneys and what have you. Did we increase those fees and did we see a return on the investment for increasing the fees because of the amount of paperwork we had to produce for them?
I think we are if you want me to answer.
Yeah, go
I
ahead.
think we are as far as accident reporting, because I know we do that through Carfax now. So I think that's what, $10 in the report, but a lot of our disc requests for, the in-car and body camera are requested by the state's attorney's office, which we don't charge a fee to. Every once in a while, we'll get like outside private attorneys that will request it and they're still having to pay the certain fees. And if like the insurance company wants body camera footage or, they're going to get charged too.
Right.
But as far as working with the state's attorney's office, which is a majority of that workflow, they're usually taking all that.
I know there was a request in the lobby this afternoon that wasn't from the state's attorney's office. And that's where a lot of our videos goes over to Mr. Covington's office for prosecution. And I want to say that it was $75 for the disc and the time to burn it. But I think Karina could probably answer better if they were seeing a flow in like that.
It's for a disc, it's $70 and we are getting very little revenue from that. It's mostly just the regular reports at $10.
Thank you.
Let's go ahead.
Quick question. You've referenced turnover ratios. Are you seeing a lot of turnover? Because
We've been very,
okay. Looking at the statistics, I'm not sure what the graph is, but the number of shared calls with the Charles County Sheriff's Department and singular. In the context of that, do you anticipate or do you see a need to change the MOU as it's currently written with the Charles County Sheriff's Department because of that divergence of shared calls?
the call comes into the 911 center and it gets dispatched. Our officers jump on everything that goes forth into town. One of the things we like to do, and it really it's going to take a little bit more growth, is change the MOU to where we handle, and we probably turn at most 10 calls over, investigations over to the sheriff's department. I'm a really big believer in the first 48. my tenure in Greenbelt, there was always 7 detectives that went out on the homicide. And that also allowed us to have 2 to hang back for something else that might happen. We're not there for homicides, but we're getting there for commercial robberies. And fortunately, things we don't have happen in the town a lot. But as the growth comes and as the growth comes to the county, we know we're going to see more and more of it. That regionally, it just keeps working its way south. So we want to keep it that way as long as we can.
Thank you.
Any questions?
A couple. Thank you, Chief, and thank you for clarifying a couple of things. I know, just as a private attorney, like we're utilizing body cam and dash cam footage all the time, not necessarily of the town police department, because you guys have less frequency on the traffic collisions, but sometimes the police reports are so bad that we have to get the video just to figure out what in the world happened. So I foresee that going up. I was curious if you could just, I think for our new councilman's benefit, just explain the scope of our town's department activity versus the county as far as our MOU typically goes. Because we're not responding to domestics, for example, as often maybe as the county, or what's our role versus the counties?
We handle everything in the town. This is our house, it's our job to take care of it. If that call comes in to where there is a very violent crime, our folks respond. Usually need for further investigation, a detective from the sheriff's office responds. Thank you. But domestics, we handle domestics. We handle everything a police department handles. And yeah, other than murders and rapes, we handle it.
And even in the moment, so, I mean, like, for example, in the Agricopia shooting, it was our officers that were right there on scene, taking the lead.
We were right there on scene. If fortunately, our officers were smart enough to grab the shield that we purchased, and they had it there, which bought them time. When a man answered the front door with a shotgun in his hand, they were able to make a good decision and de-escalate what happened. They went in with members of the sheriff's department. They cleared the house and they located 5 deceased bodies.
Speaking of the Agricopia situation, that's not that long ago. I mean, these are the examples we're giving to the DOJ when we're asking for the grant money, right? I mean, like, we've had so many pretty violent situations that our officers have been having to be involved with the last couple of years. I know every department's probably asking for this money, but is our grant writer utilizing those?
She does, and she's outstanding. Does it for quite a few agencies, but you have to get down into the scope of the grant. So if you're looking for a violent crimes grant, then you go a lot more into those sort of things. But for this, we could use it as an example of a mental health incident,
right?
And what could have happened. So we feed her all the stats and she presents, and there's so much money that they put into the pot each year, and there's people who read the grants and make the decisions. I wish I could get a cheat sheet on how they score them, but if we could, then we probably would do a little bit better. But as I said, we secured the one grant for $127,000, and that really dovetails into what we want to do with a co-responder model.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Chief, I have a couple questions and comments. The first, I love the 6 pillars, but the officer wellness, you do need more help with that, especially when you're using the picture of Bradley, who is no longer here.
Yeah,
with us.
sorry.
So I am just going to slam you on that. And a great event that he participated in, I believe that was the KGHOA 5K. So there you go.
I miss
Yes.
Bradley.
Yeah, I do too. I'm just poking fun at you that the grant writer is
amazing and has taken the department in another direction and has made it so that your command staff is not in charge of that. And that's a heavy lift that she's doing. Couple things just for, and Councilwoman Bryant Ward touched upon it a little bit. Your bottom line, we're here to ask for budget. So if I heard right, besides the training and conferences that your staff usually attends, there will be 4 new positions.
Well, that's what we're asking for. We understand that
okay.
there's only so much funding to go around.
And
But we also know that we've got that roadmap to how do we get to 70 some officers? And we don't even come close to tackling the numbers that are on the roadmap. So
yeah, I saw, and when you are reclassifying the 3 positions, is that an increase in salary as well?
it could be, we just have to see what the market does, and we would work with Ms. Kennedy on that.
Okay. And then I heard through social media, the speed cameras are up. Have
It was very popular today.
has anything come through on that yet as far as people busting through and tickets being generated yet?
They go live February 1st.
Okay.
There's a 30-day period of warnings that's mandatory by state law, and that should really give us an idea on volume.
Okay. Oh, that's good because I said I didn't even see that. And last, although this isn't it is a budgetary thing. We did grant change in status to the cadet. And how is that going with him writing parking tickets and violations of that
I
sort?
think it's going well. We've got a lot of positive feedback on it. He produces a report for me each month. We'll probably start adding that to
That would be good. to see.
the council report. He's getting his experience of going to court and testifying,
Okay.
which is good. And yeah, now speaking of the cadet, he's 20 years old and he'll age out here soon. So we're hoping that he'll be academy bound by 20 and a half, 21.
Excellent. I know that's what he wants. Wonderful. I look forward to seeing when the budget is done, what the cost of, all of the safety measures that you need to implement cost, because I know we've got a police department and benefits and everything else that we want to be able to afford. So.
Do we have any guidance on the application for a DOJ grant for the co-responder model?
You mean having your grant writer?
Have the grant writer proceed. And I can only tell you what historically it is 75-25 for 3 years. The federal government pays 75%. The town would be responsible to pay 25%. And then you have to guarantee you'll maintain that position for at least 5 years after the grant cycle ends. So that is it in a nutshell historically, but we really don't know all the rules until the notice of funding comes out.
And do you know when that will be?
It's usually October. It usually kind of finds federal government fiscal instead of, most municipalities and states.
Since this is just a work session, I'd love to bring that topic up for a consensus in our first meeting in February.
Okay.
And see where we can go with that. Is that the proper protocol, Mr. Manuel? Okay, well, that's good. That's a good answer. I could ask for anything, shouldn't I? Yeah, but that way. Thank you so much, Chief. I appreciate it.
I know it's a lot of information in a short amount of time.
Yeah, it is, but it gives us an overview on that. All right, Bobby, let's see what you can do. It is your show.
How much time do I have?
8 minutes. You know what? You tell us if.
Well, I will say this. I mean, the presentation that I put there was more for your information, so I'm not going to sit here and try to go through all of the slides. And I think with all of the things that are necessary for Public Works to grow in FY25, the real challenge is that so many different capital projects, so many different employee needs, and we're trying to grow within reason. And one of the things that I really need to have everyone understand is that it's very difficult for me to come in here and I can sit down and, go through each part of this. But one of the challenges that we have is that on the enterprise side, as you saw from the earlier presentations, most of my payroll is on the enterprise side. We have very, very little on the general fund side. And one of the challenges is I can't just come to you and say, hey, I want to do these, because what I really need to look at is what the effect is in the end on those costs, because the situation is one where it's easy for me. And, I've heard the discussion about, well, if we have to raise taxes and all of that, raising taxes is one thing. Raising rates at an astronomically large level because we're planning to grow can cause you all some extreme political nightmares because of the situation. People don't like the rates where they are now, so we really have to go back. And when I start factoring these things in, I have to factor them into that rate as Karina and I work through that budget to try and ensure what we're going to see as far as rate increases, because so much of my payroll is on that rated side. And so even people like myself, I'm split over all the departments. And the problem is that in splitting that over all those departments, I may be 10%, 20% roads, 10% parks. Everything else for me is on the rating side. And so it's a real, real challenge for all of us to look at that. At your leisure, you're welcome to read through the first set of slides. I think that what I would like to do is point out several things. I want to point out my team and the great strides that we have made with operations. Clearly, the kind of growth that we're seeing has stretched us very thin. We have 40 approved positions at this point, and that's through FY24. Currently, we have 33 of those 40 positions hired. But one of the things, and two of those positions are in the process of being hired right now. So 2 of those are being hired. The other positions are kind of in the works. We have a fleet mechanic position that we're looking to redo something there. We do have a crew leader position and a GIS specialist that are open. And the other ones are over at the wastewater treatment plant for senior plant operator and plant operator. One of the things that we've been very cautious about in operations was we've put a very strong emphasis on licensing and getting people qualified in the situation. The last thing I wanted to do was to come into you when I encourage people to go get their operations licensing. They get it, and then I say, oh, I'm sorry, I can't give you that position because I don't have it in the budget. And I'm not doing that. I always keep positions available. And so a lot of these open positions were positions where I knew that people were testing. So where you see in here the senior plant operator and the plant operator, we knew that our guys are out there working on getting their licensing. And so we kept those positions available so that if they got it, then they could move up to those positions. So you'll see that in our budget across the board. We have not filled some of these positions. We've had people, and I'd give you the example, Willie Willett got his CDL and got his license, and we moved him up. Nate just got his license and, is working on his CDL, and he's moved up. The big thing is that we have those positions, and what you're seeing right there with those 2 Tech 1 positions that are open, that's because we moved Willie up and freed up a Tech 1 position. We had a Tech 2 position that was available. They moved into those positions. And so we're not coming back to you mid-year in the budget saying, wait a second, I need to do a budget adjustment because I need to, move these people up. We plan for that as part of the budget. And so I do have some flexibility in that situation. One of the things that I will also point out is that in the past couple of years, we have increased our management staff on my team. And of course, Jeff as the Director of Public Works, Chris is the Assistant Director for Administration, Kirk Parks is our Assistant Director for Utilities, and Mike Bowling is the Assistant Director for Maintenance. All of those are very capable people, are really helping us out in each of their respective positions. And we also have our admins with Allison Robb and Catherine Winstead, who do a wonderful job for us in trying to keep all of the administrative tasks, running forward for Public Works. So I think it's been tremendously important for us to continue to improve our management staff. I will say too that, we're also very lucky in that we've been able to retain our staff. We don't have, even though generally speaking, at the lower levels, we do see some turnover, but we have reasonably kept the guys, and they're staying with us. So our turnover in Public Works has been, what I would consider fairly low. Lower guys sometimes just don't like the trash truck after a while. It's hard to chase the trash truck, and they, certainly turn that down over time. Couple of the things that I'd just like to point out on our FY24 accomplishments. We have got a new crane truck that we are trying to get delivered. We spoke with the body company the other day, and the crane has actually been mounted, and they're hopeful. It was scheduled to be delivered to the Ford dealer, Apple Ford, by the end of January. So we're looking forward to that coming into our fleet, hopefully mid-February. And that will allow us to not only have a crane truck on the Public Works side for Danny, who is our chief mechanic, but also for Ricky, who is the mechanic over at the wastewater treatment plant, because really everything we're doing and picking pumps up all the time, or picking up pieces of equipment, we utilize that crane very, very readily. So it's something we're using all the time. The other thing we did was we did order the new gap vacs. And I took a couple of the guys up to Johnstown, Pennsylvania the other day. They had invited us up to see the truck in production. The truck is almost finished. And so it's due to be finished on the assembly line on February 24th. And we're really looking forward to getting that. That is a very large truck with huge vacuum capabilities and also jetting capabilities. And with the number of times that we're out there, our current jetter is about 25 years old, almost 30 years old now. It's a 1995. So we're looking forward to bringing that into the fleet. Actually, the man who founded the company and owns the company had lunch with us that day. And I think it was a great opportunity for our guys to go up there and take a look at this new capability that we'll be having. So we're looking forward to that. And that's going to be spending some additional ARPA dollars, and we'll have a chance to go over that here in a few minutes. A couple of the things we have been working on, you're going to see in here in the FY25 goals that we're looking to accomplish. We have 5 major stormwater projects going on. We also have the Tillman Lake, where we're completely rebuilding the dam at Tillman Lake. So all of those are going to take up a large amount of time. It has been taking us an extraordinary amount of time to get them permitted. Working with the state to get all of those permits, wetlands permits, all of the necessary things. We do have the Tillman Lake project getting ready to go out to bid here, hopefully in the next week or two.
Yes.
It's coming up. So that's something that's going to be huge. We're going to end up having to really, to undertake a massive project to rebuild the dam over there. And then we have the 4 5 MS4 projects for stormwater. We have one of the permits so far. We're still waiting for the other 4 permits. But as you know, that's $2 million in ARPA funding that we're waiting on, and we're waiting on permits. So it has been a very, very, very slow process with the state. They're actually now, and just incredible kind of CYA. They now have come back to us on Quailwood and forced us to go out on Quailwood Parkway and actually do borings for a geologic survey on borings in the middle of Quailwood Parkway. So it has gotten what I consider relatively crazy in job justification on the state side, and has forced us to really slow the process down. So it's really been a challenge. I know a number of you were aware that we had originally the Quailwood project for MS4. We had the Redwood Lake project out at Clark's Run as part of that. Agricopia, we're doing the first pond going into Agricopia there, right off of Agricopia Drive. And that, the sad thing was the state turned us down for the second Agricopia pond. And then we had to add the pond up on Morris Drive and also the pond over on Caroline Drive. So the pond over there is going to be rebuilt at Caroline, which is the one there in Phoenix Run. And then the other one is the one up on Morris Drive, up on the other side of the dementia facility on the left-hand side, right there at Heritage Green Parkway, just on the other side of the facility there. So all of those will be undertaken and most likely will be constructed in FY25. We are still, as you know, and I know as Chris would, I'm sure, chime in, the water meter challenges that we have been having are ongoing. Mueller in the process actually has kind of gotten out of the programming business and turned that over to Centrix. As you know, a year or so ago, they got out of the MyNet business and turned everything over to WaterSmart. And so it has been a real challenge for us because now we're dealing with all these different companies to kind of, and we're the thing that's pulling it all together. So it's been a big challenge. We've already done the hydrant inspections for this year. We're working on the paving for FY24. We're about halfway done, and we will start that back up in the spring when the weather warms up. We're looking forward to, we know that the HUR funding for FY25 is designated already. It's been estimated at $665,000. So we're still able to do quite a lot of paving for FY25, and we'll be putting that in this year's budget. So that's all very, very positive. Some of the other things that we're going to be working on both in 24 and 25, as you know, we just released the contract for the Mary Ball pump station. We are in the process of upgrading the 4 pump stations at, the 3 other pump stations at Patuxent Court, at Dig Circle, and also at Clark's Run. So all of those are going to be upgraded here in the very near future. Those we signed off on the shop drawings for those, and those have been on order for about 12 weeks, and it looks like about 16 weeks. So those will be going in very quickly. It looks like that the Mary Ball pump station should be under construction here soon, but that it will probably be summer to fall before we see substantial completion on that. The Triumph pump station, which is being built up there now by the Enterprise Rent-A-Car, has really come along quite quickly and should be complete here by late spring. The other pump station, the Southwest Quadrant Pump Station, we did do the startup on that last week, and also are just still waiting on a generator for that. So we did the startup on it. Everything is working fine. We're probably going to hook one of our generators up to it temporarily to just keep it so that we can run that generator and therefore take out the old pump station down there, the old pump station that was built by the developer. So all of those are underway. It has been very, very nice. We eliminated the Maples pump station when we put the big 24-inch gravity line in and put that in place. So there have been some really, really positive changes. Some of the things that we're starting and that will continue through FY25 with the hydraulic modeling. We did contract with Macron to create a hydraulic model in town, and Natalia and I are speaking on that quite often, and I think that's going to be more and more important. The mayor mentioned earlier about the Southtown Center. We were actually looking at that, about taking a second feed across to that side of town. Currently, we only have one feed going across into Steeplechase. And as the residents have found out, and I'm sure the councilwoman can tell you, when we've had issues where we have to turn things off, we end up having to kill the entire community down there. So we have been working on a second feed from the water tower at Wolf Park across 301. It would feed across into Southtown Center. And currently, in looking at this, we are working with the potential developer there and trying to figure out how we work that together to work on the model. So we're looking at what they're planning to put in. We're putting in our information, and then they're going to run, Macron is going to run the hydraulic modeling for that to ensure that we have the water that's necessary for the future. So I think these are all, very positives. We just signed the contract the other day for the on-call maintenance contract, which could be for stormwater and water. Will certainly help us. As you know, we did all of the tank maintenance, and they've come around and already done the inspections for FY24. I think our water towers do look very, very good, and we are staying on top of those kind of maintenance items. And the one other thing is that we're working on the street sweeping contract for NPDS for that MS4 compliance. So that's one of the things that we have to do. So those are the things that we're working on for 24. For 25, I think we clearly are always working with spatial systems to completely update the database and to add things into our database all the time. I think that's extremely important. One of the reasons that is very important is Chris is kind of spearheading for us the lead and copper rule for the town. And one of the things we have to do by October is we have to file a report with both the state of Maryland and therefore the federal government that designates all of our service lines in town and where we have lead and where we have any one of the four components, either plastic, steel, copper, or lead. And so we need to file the report with them. And if we don't know what it is, then it becomes unknown. And as far as they're concerned, it's lead. So
We better know.
we then have to go back and figure out how we find out what's underground. And so there is a technology out there where they can run a small probe. We would have to go into every house, take the meter out and run a small probe down through the line all the way to the street to determine if there's any lead in that service line anywhere. So we will have to be contracting for that. That we don't have to do that by
No.
October.
The deadline for the inventory of all the service lines, both private and public side, is October 16th of 24.
Yeah.
And then over the next 10 years after that,
Yeah.
we will have to remediate all lines that have been detected as cannot definitively say there's absolutely no lead here.
So it's quite an undertaking. Now, the deadline that she's speaking of with respect to that allows us to be able to say unknown. So we don't have to actually go in and do but
But we're trying not to have as many unknowns as
Right,
we can,
that's right.
because we're trying to eliminate by searching through
records.
through records and through the GIS data that we have that's verified upon the plans that we have, which is why Jeannine and I have been working together with Spatial, well, in-house to get so many of the plans that we just have hard copy right now uploaded into a shareable system that Spatial can review and help us on the back end to ensure that our GIS data is up to date, which unfortunately hasn't been up to date in so long. And so it's just become a huge undertaking, the entire thing. But what we're trying to do is update as much of our system as we possibly can. But at the same time, we have to have valid data sources. We can't just say to MDE, we know that for sure this is non-lead. We have to be able to share it with, and then the public has to be able to say, hey, how about my house? What does it look like? So if they request the information, we have to be able to prove that this is what we have on file for your house. So we're trying to dwindle it down to the smallest of population for the town, so that when the deadline comes and they decide what our next steps are, which is the remediation, we have a small population that we have to actually remediate and try to save costs that way.
So I would like to step into the FY25 project plan list, just so that you can get an idea of what we're coming forward with here. As you know, and as I described earlier, we're finishing up obligation 1, which is the $7.8 million loan from USDA, and we hope to have that settled by summertime to reimburse ourselves for the cash that we have put out for those projects. The Southwest Quadrant pump station is really, for all intents and purposes, complete, and we're waiting on just the electrical generator and transfer switch. That has been on order for 2 years now, and we're still waiting for it. So that is one that we will be able to do. The Southwest Quadrant gravity sewer line, where we ran the 24-inch line all the way down to the plant, that has been finished, and we completed the concrete work in the last several weeks. So that's been up to date. And also the Mod 1 upgrade at the wastewater treatment plant. We are hopeful to do startup on Mod 1 on February 26th. So we're very hopeful that we will get that underway. We had a meeting with MDE, and we have established the testing protocol that we need to do with respect to that module. And the good news is that although MDE said we had to complete the full 1 year of testing before they would allow us to do Mod 2, they have actually indicated that after the testing throughout the summer, that they would review the test results. And if the test results were good, they would actually potentially allow us to move forward with Mod 2 starting in the fall. So you see on this project plan list that the Mod 2 upgrade is there. Our goal is to have Mod 2 under construction sometime during FY25. So that's some positive news out of that. Mod 1 does look good. We think things will move forward on that. As part of the upgrade up to 2 million gallons, we are going to have to construct a new clarifier. So we just completed, and I just received today, the geotechnical testing report over there, and we are moving forward with the design for the new clarifier over at the wastewater treatment plant. When that new clarifier is finished, the existing clarifier that we have will then be converted to a digester so that we have the larger digester capacity. So we'll be moving forward with that. Of course, with the upgrade on the plant, we will need a new addition to the sand filter. So we'll be designing on that. We are going to Also have to upgrade the influent pump station. We will have to complete the FY25 paving. We are looking to implement a parts inventory management system. We want to get the connection of water to the county. As most of you know, we have completed that design. So the design is complete for that water line interconnection, and the county is holding that up. We sent it to them to get the easements through Laurel Springs Park. As you know, we've upgraded the water line all the way down St. Charles Parkway. We have upgraded the water line all the way through the Parklands neighborhood. And the only piece we have left is from the Parklands neighborhood through Laurel Springs over to Tillman Lake. We have the funding for that. That's one of the ARPA projects. And we could get that completed very quickly if the county would give us the easements to go through Laurel Springs. So we're working with them on that. We got to establish the new agreement on street sweeping. We need to increase our public works facility and add more space down there because we are a growing entity. We have new vehicles and equipment that we're going to have to purchase in 2025. We're going to have to comply with NPDES and with the new MS4, which is going to be working on it the whole time. The Tillman Lake Dam rehabilitation is going into FY25. We are going to have to get the new force main designed for down at Southwest Quadrant because we could handle up to about 800 homes down there before we move up on the size of that force main. So we're going to have to start working on that. We're going to implement the hydraulic modeling system that we have. And then, of course, in the fall, we're going to be really working hard on the lead and copper one. So that's
The internal deadline is July and August because there's a whole thing we have to do with this MDE spreadsheet. And who knows how we're going to get the information imported into that.
And what I'd like to do with that is turn over to Chris to give us an ARPA update on where we are with our projects
Okay.
as far
Yeah.
as ARPA is concerned.
Could I ask Linda, do you mind pulling up, I think it's slide 36, just almost all the way at the end? First slide of ARPA project update.
Here, Chris, just-
Oh, I do that.
she's going.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. That's faster.
There you go.
There you go, two back. So as Karina was introducing the budget earlier, talking about where we are with FY24, a lot of the money that we expected to spend out in this fiscal year, we just haven't been able to because of the timeline, and that's all there was to it. For instance, we had so we have pumping stations. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 major projects that we had allocated to the tune of $5.5 million originally, and that's what we had to spend. But we only spent, I don't even know how much, not even $1 million of that yet, not even anywhere near close to that, because what we thought we were going to do in this fiscal year, we have not been able to turn around because of not being able to obligate it, or not just, we've obligated some, but we just haven't been able to pay because design of the projects aren't finished. Or the truck that we ordered 2 years ago still isn't here. So if you can, I have a note there for a new project that Bobby and I and Karina have been in discussion about, which is something that we already had approved to the council to get purchased, our F-550 crane vehicle. But because we believe that we're going to have a challenge to obligate and get this money spent, we're going to start reallocating some of our funds where we know we might not be able to spend out those funds. So if you go to the next slide, or sorry, let me get used to this. Okay. So one of our major initiatives, as Bobby stated, was our pumping stations. Clark's Run 1, Patuxent Court, and Dig Circle, all of the Smith and Lovelace Freemeyer stations, those are all obligated. So we'll have absolutely no problem getting that across the board and getting it paid for. Mary Ball, the same thing. The design and the flight pumps have been paid for. We just hopefully are going to have, I think we awarded Gradient. We definitely awarded Gradient or had the had it approved. I'm not sure if they've actually been sent the award letter, but that's under contract. As soon as that is finished, that'll get across the board. But you notice that it's it's $1.53 million instead of the original 850 something, which we originally estimated 2 years ago. So the monies, the 5.5 million, although seems like a huge amount of money, is becoming very small very quickly. See the jetback truck. This is one of the good news, pieces of good news that we had on our ARPA. We budgeted, or we had allocated 750,000 for that one, and are spending only the 559,000, which allows us 190,000 to go toward the purchase of the F-550. So we're gonna reallocate funds from that project that were under budget and spend there. The other projects that are going to be very, very costly are our MS4 projects. But what we have decided currently, we know that we're going to get our pumping station projects across the board. We're going to have more money to fund those. So since we may not be able to get through the negotiations and get signed for this water connection with the county, for which we have $1.5 million, we're going to reallocate funds to make sure that we can pay for the projects that we are going to get across the board. And then once that does get finalized with the county, because it has to be done, it's not an option, it's just something that has to be done, we're going to have to find other sources to pay for that project. But these are types of things that will be, for instance, the new GS-29 proposed project, since that wasn't originally allocated, we'll be bringing that to council next, I'm sorry, and either the 13th or the 20th. I can't remember which date, but that will be coming across for approval there. But long story short, the operations department is definitely dedicated to getting all of our projects obligated and all of the money spent so we don't waste it before the deadline.
And I will say that it's just, there's been a lot of hard work that has gone into this. We're doing a tremendous amount of capital projects with a very small staff. And it's been something that we have, really focused on to ensure, it's not our job by any stretch of the imagination to decide whether or not we move forward on development or where we put development. Our job is, if you tell us we're building over here, our job is to provide sewer, water, trash, stormwater, all of the things that we take care of in operations. It's our job to provide those services. And we're behind the scenes. We're working very, very hard every day to ensure that we bring those things forward and that we can provide the services. I could tell you, like for instance, on the water, and I've said it over and over again, if the county would give us a fair deal tomorrow for purchase of the water, I could start building that line going over to Tillman Lake. And, probably by summertime, that line would be in place, we'd be hooked up, and we could buy water through the county. And the bottom line is the problem that Jeannine spoke about earlier would go away. The wastewater treatment plant, we're going to be on board with Mod 1, where we hopefully will get the capacity upgrade to 1.75 million, and then start on Mod 2, where we could up that to 2 million. And, really be able to take care of the growth in the town. And the plan has been there. And, you know, some things have been delayed here and there, but the bottom line is every single day, every citizen in this town has very good water service, has very good sewer service. We continue to provide that every single day. And we will continue to provide that in the ongoing future. Are there challenges from that we need some political help with? Yes, there are. Yes, there are. And that's, you know, that's why we bring these to you so that you understand. I mean, as the mayor is aware, as Mr. Manuel's aware, you know, these negotiations with the county aren't easy. You know, if we wanted to just roll over and say, oh yeah, we'll do that, we'll buy all the water at WSSC's price, you know, we could have that deal tomorrow. It would happen tomorrow. The bottom line is it would put us out of the water and sewer business and therefore give complete control of our water and sewer to the county, because the bottom line is you couldn't, you know, eventually the rates would be so much higher than the county. The residents in La Plata would be saying to you, hey, why are we paying this when the county's paying this? And so it's always been a real challenge for us not to get too far out of line with the county. We're operating a much smaller system where the economics are such that the economy of scale operating a smaller system doesn't give us the ability to be able to, you know, be rate, have the lower rate. The bottom line is, though, we do have to always work to remain close. I mean, and we know that. So we've been working on that. We try very hard to keep the things, but we also try very hard to make sure that our systems are, you know, as most of you know, I wear those systems on my shoulder, and, you know, I'm very proud of what we do because we do a good job and the staff does a good job and everyone is there maintaining it as we go. So we're not in any way do we have to hang our heads and say, well, we're, you know, I'll put our system up against the county system any day of the week, and it's just that way. But negotiating with them, I do think the state has treated us very unfairly and not stepped in and helped us to negotiate the deal. I think it's, you know, I think it's actually, to be honest, illegal, because I think they have the legal obligation to fairly allocate water when it comes to appropriation. It's written into the law. And for you to step back and say, well, I have to go down and negotiate with the county, just isn't lawful. So, enough said, and I'll ask for questions.
First of all, very nice job. I really liked your 4 C's of standards of service. That is a nice way to say what your staff does so well. You did a very thorough job on your report. So I don't know who did it, who can never take credit for it, but it was really good. I loved how you outlined. Yeah, I love that team effort. I love how you outlined your accomplishments, and you were very thorough on your goals and very specific on your how you're spending the ARPA money. If there's one, I mean, among everything else that you do, and I know that I have heard several people comment on the salt that is over there at Tillman Lake. If there is any way to reallocate funding from ARPA to maybe build a salt dome there, and maybe partner with the arts group to make it a beehive, since we are a bee city, or make it some form of art, that would really enhance, and it goes along with our strategic plan, you know, all encompassing. But that one is a little bit of an eyesore. So that is
If I could, Mayor, one of the things, as you know, the state forced us out up there because they had a problem. And so suddenly they had a problem and they solved it by creating a major problem for us. The interesting piece, and I've said this before, is that there is more salt stored over at Tillman Lake than I've ever bought in the last 16 years that I've been here. The bottom line is they had put salt in the dome and they forced us to take it out of there. And, you know, we were taking free salt, so it wasn't like that. But we hauled over 1,500 tons over there. And since the day I've been here, I've only bought 1,200 tons. Jeff will tell you that.
I don't know if
That
that's
is
a blessing
absolutely
or
the
a
case.
curse.
So somehow, all the salt that we've used for the past 16 years, plus 300 tons we gained over time. So it's been a positive. The big thing is we do plan to build a building over there so that we can actually store equipment and things like plows and that thing in the long run. So we do plan on putting a storage building over there inside that fenced-in area.
Well,
So
and
we,
that
I
would-
hear you.
and I don't know with the, if there, I find it very difficult. I have never had a problem spending money. My husband will tell you, I've allocated it. So with the amount that our treasurer has identified as not being spent yet, and I understand that it needs to be spoken for before the 31st of December of this year, but just maybe reallocating for a building there would be prudent. With that,
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Director Stahl and your team. You do the one thing that I cannot ever get enough of is how well you manage your funding, how well you reallocate, and you're a good steward of the resources that you have, and I commend you for that. I have a couple of questions. With the lead and copper rule, is that an undertaking that you and your team are going to do in addition to all of the other things you've undertaken?
Yes.
You're gonna be working 24/7.
Well, that's for a different meeting.
Okay, so just wanted to,
And that's
that's not
also,
something that should
honestly,
be-
that's a joint effort from a lot of us. Kirk's working with that as well. Chris is
I
working
guess you
with
could call
that.
me the project manager.
Allison, yeah.
We'll all be working as a team, but all in all, I'll be responsible for making sure.
the newer homes shouldn't be an issue though, right? They
They're
wouldn't
not.
be, okay, so. you
No,
just really
so-
looking at the older residents.
Homes built after 1990.
Okay, so that's one.
The lead and copper rule, yeah. Well, the lead rule came into play in 1990, correct?
Yes.
So
Okay.
materials after that time, you can pretty much say,
Okay,
The real challenge for that is we know we have lead.
sure.
It was used. We're fairly confident. Jeff's been here 39 years. I mean, we've seen it. We've all dug them up. They used, years ago, they would run galvanized piping to the house. So the house connection would generally be galvanized piping. But when they came out and they went to hook to the main, they used flexible lead to make that loop connection. And so we know we have that. It's just hard to prove where it is and what got replaced.
Okay, and then my other question was, it looks like you're only asking for one new position in FY 25.
We're gonna ask for honestly 5.
Where are they in here?
And
in the presentation,
Yeah,
I've,
I'm looking at.
we
90.
didn't get to present that because we ran out of time.
Okay,
But
so thank you. So then the other thing you stated, now when we started, retention of staff was an issue
It was.
because you said you had a training ground
Mhm.
and they would get their licenses and move on. And so I see that a part of your FY 24 goals with HR is to work on a program to, once you get them their CDLs and everything like that. Are you confident that that issue we had previously is over or?
I think what happened honestly, and I would say that the council helped us tremendously by, increasing salaries and to giving us the, in the 65 percentile threshold has helped in having employee retention.
Okay.
It is always a problem. It's a problem for the police in the same
Right.
way. The bigger departments who can pay more, they go up there. We're 35 miles from DC Water, who
Right.
pays.
Well, you stated that retention was no longer an issue, and that's why I was addressing it because I
We
knew
have
that at one
not been
point it
seeing the
was.
staff turnover in the last couple of years since we did the
I
pay
think
raises.
retention has improved
Okay,
because of our always putting a couple of tech 2 positions in each tier so that people can realize, getting their raises when they achieve their licenses and to try to promote from within.
okay,
And yeah.
okay. Thank you. Those were my questions.
Any other questions? Go ahead.
Thank you again, Director Stahl and your team. And I would just echo what Councilwoman Bryant Ward just said. I would commend you for filling out your leaderships and your other positions because hopefully you're delegating because you can't be everywhere all the time. So thank you and continue that. And you answered my question about the vacancies. And also I would piggyback on a comment you made earlier about people have to appreciate that when you turn the water on, it works and it's good water. So I try to tell people when they ask me and they kind of get a little antsy and a little whiny about it, whether it's a police or you guys, I tell them, do you really know what goes behind the scenes when the guys come pick up your trash? Do you really appreciate when you turn your water on, it works? So I commend you for doing that, and we ought to do more of that ourselves. Also, I had a question with respect to water. Is there going to be any consideration for how we can maybe recycle water or use gray water, given the fact that we're unfortunately at some kind of a standstill with water allocation with the county and the state? It seems prudent that we ought to be looking at some kind of alternative plan for recycling gray water.
The state of Maryland does not allow gray water reuse. Bill and I went up and made a very strong presentation when we built the Willow Lane pump station about allowing us, when we built the force main and the gravity line all the way to the treatment plant, we asked to have purple pipe put all the way back. And I'll never forget, we sat in the meeting with Dr. Chien and he said, guys, this is a wonderful idea, but we're just not here yet. And the bottom line was he turned to me, and this was in 2009 when we were up there trying to get that Willow Lane project funded. And he said, we're not out west. And he said, we don't have the water issues they have, and it's going to take water problems before we actually see it. Councilman, as you know, we actually built a 12-inch line from the plant all the way to the Maples, because at some point, I think we're going to have to go further south to use some sort of effluent reuse line. So I put that line in place to be able to get the water up out of the plant while we had it open. And it only cost us the price of the pipe because the trench was already there. So we put that in. It is there. I would have loved to have had a facility over there. Do I think, Maryland really doesn't, out west right now, they're pumping effluent back down into the aquifers and trying to recharge the aquifers using effluent. Maryland's just not there. I mean, they're not in that realm. There's too much water availability. And I mean that because, to be honest, you could go to any one of the creeks, the rivers, the streams that have enough flow and set up a reverse osmosis system and be able to have potable water. To be honest, as you know, I had always advocated for reusing the reverse osmosis system they have down here at the Morgantown Power Plant and bringing the line right up the, and I've, tried like heck with the county to get the county to partner with us on that and put a big reverse osmosis system right there, bring the line straight up the railroad track, and you could supply water to the entire county right out of the river. So yes, today, because the aquifers, the confined aquifers that we have are very, it's cheap to pump the water out. I can tell you today that it cost me 58 cents per 1,000 gallons to pump it out of the ground and to treat it with chlorine. It probably today, if you set up a reverse osmosis system, is closer to $4, maybe $5. So it would be more expensive to treat it out of the river. But it's not saying that we would run out of water. We could clearly do that. The trouble is La Plata doesn't have any waterfront to be able to do that. And so we'd have to partner with them. It's a challenge, but it's not insurmountable. And, somebody needs to help us with that. Our goal was to be able to share both subsurface water with the county, at some point share surface water with the county.
Mhm.
And to do it fairly so that we could all do it in a fair basis.
Yeah, I mean, that's disappointing, and I guess we have to face it. Yeah, and just my final question or comment would be, again, because you've done a good job of retaining and then filling staff, and this is not meant as a criticism, but so I'm assuming you're doing some kind of succession planning for the
That's
next
one of the
generation.
things that you'll note in there.
Okay,
I will tell you that both Jeff and I this year became eligible for Social Security.
Mhm.
And so we're of that age. And so, you know, we have to look at
Right.
some succession planning. And so
Right.
that is part of our goal.
Okay.
And listen, we're growing from within and, you know, we've got some good, smart young people that are working for us who, you know, have really actively gone after things as Carl has done with his people. We just need to be able to make sure that we take care of them so that they know that it's a career path for them.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? All right. I think it comes back to you. Very good job. Thank you very much.
You passed the click thing. Linda, could you put up the FY 25 and future budgets? So these are some points I feel that we need to consider when we put the FY 25 budget together. One, the new assessments for the real properties were done for FY 25. The new assessments are estimated. They did tell me it's an estimate. To generate an additional $1 million, slightly over $1 million. That is a 21.5% increase in real property tax revenue for each of the next 3 years. But the town also needs to be mindful that the properties will be reassessed in FY 28. The town is considering implementing additional employee benefits, which would include the retirement and pension benefits for qualified police and public works positions, as well as the health insurance and retirement for employees that retire before Medicare eligibility. There are several capital projects on the general fund side that include the building for the police department, the improvements to the public works building, and we are seeing large increases in the cost to replace vehicles. These projects are going to require fund balance, and we need to plan to replenish the fund balance in the future years as we use this fund balance. There's also been discussions of maintaining competitive salaries and benefits for employees. I would say especially for those new employees that are coming in that were not here from that 65 percentile. We want to retain them. We need to consider that. We also, of course, the ARPA, which we've talked about a lot, making sure we spend it in the time constraints that we have. Another thing we need to consider is reevaluating our current assigned fund balance. We've had 1.6 million in the rainy day fund before I got here. And that is 14% of our current operating costs. GFOA recommends at least a minimum 2 months, which is 17%. That would be 1.9 million. So that's the minimum. And right now we only have 1.6. So we should consider how our fund balance is assigned, and that includes facility maintenance, that includes the vehicle reserve. We should reevaluate all that. Because right now we have 11 million in unassigned fund balance and 6 million total in all the assigned fund balance in each of the combination of those. We also have economic uncertainty. We are in a rolling recession is what the last thing I read, where one industry might do well, another one is not. So we've got to consider that, and we don't really know where we're headed. And then we also need to consider, I've talked about how much we've received in investment earnings, which in 2023, we received over $1 million in investment revenue. I don't see that continuing from what I'm reading, it's going to drop down to 4% through this year and continue declining. So this slide is the projected revenues with the current assessments that we got. And I've estimated that our assessments, or not our assessments, but say revenue from real property tax will go up 2% for FY26 and FY27. And I'm basing that on the average increase after we had received a large revenue increase. That was back in 2009 of 14% that our revenues increased. So I anticipate we're going to increase rural property tax revenue by 2%. We also are going to be losing the ARPA grant. We have to have those funds spent. So that's going to decrease our revenues. Part of that is the ARPA. We allocated just over $1 million from ARPA funds to pay our operating expenses, and we're not going to have that anymore. 2.9 were allocated for capital expenses, and this is just for the general fund. So revenues are expected to decrease about 10.4% in FY26 when we are no longer using the ARPA funds. Right now, the ARPA funds are covering 12.2% of the FY24 revenues and estimated 11.9 for FY25. 19% of the revenues in FY24 covered operating costs, while 81% covered capital costs. Revenues from investment activities are projected to decrease in FY25 by 52% and continue to decrease in FY26 and 27. And as I mentioned before, real property, I'm estimating to increase 2% in FY26 and 27 from FY25's projections. So this is a chart of our revenue versus our expenses from FY20 through my estimated FY24. And you can see where both total revenues and total expenses have increased. And then I broke it down by personnel costs, operating costs, and then the capital. So on the operating costs, we have been steadily increasing around an average about 17% over each year. Over 16% was in 21, 18, 22, 16%, 23, and I'm estimating our operating costs are going to be around 14% higher than it was in FY23. Personnel costs actually did not increase at all in FY22, but in FY23 with 65 percentile, 21%, and I'm estimating it to go up another 14% compared to FY23 and FY24. So in the last meeting, January 24th, we talked about what would happen with our budget if we added a supplement pension plan for the eligible positions. So it was requested to look at supplement plan 3 and 2. So in the next charts, you'll see the projection of the budget that where I've added those supplement plans with a COLA only and with a COLA and a merit. And then there will be charts of just a COLA and just a COLA and a merit. And I did this through FY27, being that our assessments are going to have very little change. So this is what each of those plans would look like over the next 3 years. And that is the total projected expenditures and total revenue. That includes capital. That's everything. So for the orange is the COLA. You've got the COLA with the plan 3, COLA with plan 2, and then the COLA merit and COLA merit with the different plans. The black line is our revenue line. So as you can see, with our total expenses, that means capital, we will have to dip into fund balance to cover this. And it's expected to go into fund balance to cover capital. But again, like you have to sometime replace that fund balance. Oh, and the COLA is estimated to be 3.79%. I have one more number to get, so that's an estimate before I can do a final number. So this is actually a projection of personnel and operating expenditures to revenue. And in here, our revenue is exceeding our actual operating and personnel costs for each of these plans up until FY27. We kind of catch up with our revenue. And then the next 6 slides are basically the summary of each situation where this first one is a COLA only. It looks at what our expenses would be with the COLA only, what our revenues will be, capital, personnel costs, and on the other side, it has expenditures over revenue. So this would be the amount of expenditures that are more than our revenues. And then we have the amount of fund balance, and that means our 11 million, our current unassigned fund balance, how much that would be, and then the effects on fund balance for each of the years. And just bear in mind, this is based on information I currently have. That means the positions that were in FY25, not any additional positions, because I didn't know about that. So this is our current operations that we currently have. And the same thing, I mean, this is the COLA with the pension supplement plan 3. That is the one that Bolton had recommended this when they did the study. They did one that was on the trends or what's traditionally in the pension plan. And again, it shows how much fund balance we might have to use, the percentage of expenses over revenues, the fund balance to cover the expenditures, and the effects on the unassigned fund balance. And this one is for the COLA and pension supplement plan 2. And again, same thing. You've got your expenses are estimate is going to be over our revenues and how much we're going to have to use for capital. Okay. And another things to note with these are assuming you're doing the same thing each year. So say that you decide, well, we just want to do a COLA merit in FY25, but we're going to skip the next year. This is not considering that. That would be another scenario that could be built if you guys want to discuss that. So again, in here, and in this scenario with this COLA and merit, and this is no pension addition, in FY27, I'm estimating that we may have to dip into fund balance to cover operating costs. And that estimate is 72,000. And again, with this one, the pension plan, plan 3 is a more expensive plan. Bear in mind, you have to also the upfront cost in FY25, which is the amount that you have to put in for the first year to cover those as those employees retire, and then they contribute, and then the town contributes to maintain that plan. So again, in this one, where we add the COLA and the merit with the supplement plan 3, you're looking at using 238,000 to cover operating expenses by FY27. And this one reflects COLA, merit, and pension with the supplement plan 2. And it's in FY27. I'm estimating if we do this year over year, you would have to dip into the fund balance to cover operating expenses of 354,000. So with the enterprise for FY25 and through FY27, like Bobby had mentioned before, the changes you make with the pension plan is going to affect the utility rates. Major facility fees, when I compare it to FY '24 or FY '23 and FY '24, we have a decrease. So in FY '23, we had 7.6 million year to date through December 31st. The year to date is 1.8 million. And that is about 27 or 24% of 23's total amounts. But 87% of the major facilities fees were collected in the second half of FY '23. The major facility revenue and fund balance was used for the for interim financing for the wastewater treatment upgrades. And Bobby already mentioned about the 7.8 million USDA loan in the 40-year period that we have to pay that back, which would be out of the major facility fees. The enterprise funds were allocated the 5.5 million of ARPA funds. And we intend to reevaluate those projects during the budget to ensure that we use those fundings timely. Some other notes with the enterprise funds, and Bobby has already mentioned this, that there's many much needed capital projects, and it is important that we secure the financing and manage the debt that we need for those projects. We have the stormwater fund that has to pay for the MS4 permits. We still are having issues securing goods and services. And then we have the ongoing water appropriations with the county. So in this slide, this is what the increase in costs of each of the pension plans to the enterprise funds. This does not include any overtime or anything. If we do a COLA and a merit, it's just the base salaries for the employees. So in FY '25, you can see it's much higher than FY '26 and '27, and that's because part of that initial funding that's needed, 181,000 wouldn't be needed from the enterprise funds, and 325 if you go with Plan 2 from the enterprise funds.
Karina, do you know just off the top of your head what that would be as a rate increase?
No,
Okay.
I've merely looked at what would those pension plans increase
Right.
the cost, and that would then affect the rate.
Yeah, I just don't have those numbers on.
I wouldn't be able to get those until I actually start the budget and start allocating the employees and putting in the formulas to do it. Then I could get a more accurate number.
And you said that those figures, the 181 and 325, do not include any merit or COLA.
Well, no, these are the initial funding to start the plan.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay,
this is
okay,
just from the,
okay.
yeah, this is what the enterprise funds would have to
Come
contribute
up with
to
or to pay for
to
it.
start with,
initially.
and the remaining balance, which is 500,000 for the Plan 3 and 900,000 for Plan 2, would come from the general fund. And in FY '25 numbers, it does include these initial amounts. And then this is the is a graph of what capital improvement projects that I had from FY '24 budget that I moved over from when the departments filled those in. And these were the amounts that are in the different enterprise funds for capital improvements. And most of that wastewater treatment is for the Mod 2, about 4 million of it. And then the water is for water storage and equipments, and of course, stormwater is the MS4 projects. I'm done with that. Huh? Yes, I did include that in there. Yes, yes. So I added that in the merit. I've calculated the pension, and then yeah, yes, I included that because that's all. So those numbers, when for the operating costs on the salary side, the personnel costs, they include the Social Security amounts that we have to pay, the time for care. If it's for the COLA only, it would be the COLA numbers. If it's COLA merits, be that plus the pension amounts.
For the major facility fees, one of the reasons why it was significantly higher last year was because of Pine Grove. And instead of paying the major facility fees with their occupancy permits, which is when it's absolutely required, they're paying them with their building permits. So that was a huge difference between how it normally gets entered into Pine Grove. And Rosewood Corner Apartments, that was almost $2 or $3 million in major facility fees. And they paid those up front as well. So that's one thing, but if development starts slowing down with the water allocations and the sewer allocations, then that's going to significantly impact the amount of major facility fees that we're taking in as well.
It's close Pine Grove also. They're at a point now where they don't have many buildable lots. They're still developing neighborhood, was it A, up off of Rosewood Road, which is townhouses and apartments. So there's ebbs and flows in their development process, and we're just in kind of a quiet period right now, but how many townhouse units are in A?
236.
So, you know.
But we couldn't even approve neighborhood I at this point.
220.
But I mean, you couldn't approve all of neighborhood I because of the water situation. So that's one of the big challenges. They're not real happy with us right now. So. But to be honest, in this, they're turning around and they're paying all of the developers have come forward. And that's one of the challenges, like with the Stagecoach development, they wanted us to give them the guarantees and they weren't even, the developers so far have been coming in and paying for it to reserve their water rights. That's what they've been paying for. So.
Yes.
I want to know why you looked in this direction first. Thank you for your presentation. You had a lot of energy behind that. It was like a lot of passion. I don't know if it was anger or frustration or I'm
No,
gonna get you, we're not doing that.
No, actually,
I don't know what came behind all of
I
that.
like forecasting.
Sure.
So
there
I
you go.
enjoy doing this.
And that's what it is. It's actually forecasting.
Yes.
So just a couple of points. So when we initially got the ARPA funds, we had no idea what we were going to do with that money. There was not a need. We didn't have a need. We had to come up with ways to spend it. So pulling the ARPA funds out of our operations, that's not a major because we never calculated it in there before. That's my first concern. And then when we talk about the investment activities. If we could look at a historical performance of our investment activities to see what they've done prior to now, that would be great.
I can tell you what they've done. Nothing compared to what
Can
we
we
have.
see what those numbers?
I
look
can
like?
pull you.
Because maybe they don't have the historical performance of today, but what did they look like and were they consistent and sustainable?
So we've gone typically maybe 200, 250,000. But the other thing you got to consider is right now we got 9 million from ARPA. Well, we're
Gotcha.
making interest on that.
Okay.
And once you use it, we're not going to be making interest on that.
I'm clear. I'm totally clear. So with that, so I would like to see what the historical performance on the investment activities. And then we talked about operating expenses. So the ARPA funds have to be spent by December 31st. Are they spent or are they designated?
So obligated by December
So
31st
obligated,
of
but not
this
spent,
year and
but not
spent by December 31st of 2026.
Okay. So question, because we can use ARPA funds for operations, is there a way to reallocate the ARPA funds that we currently do not have earmarked or obligated to other things to cover the initial costs and outlay of so we're going to cover operating expenses with some ARPA funds, not our own funding, take our own funding and allocate it towards the initial startup of whichever retirement plan we come up with. Let me think.
No, you can't. You can't not use ARPA funds for pension.
But you're missing what I'm saying. I'm saying that we're not using it for pension. We're reallocating it to operations and we're taking our dollars and allocating it towards the pension.
You could reallocate it if you want.
Okay. So,
It's the council approved the ARPA budget.
Mhm.
And we're gonna reevaluate it to bring it back to you guys. And if you guys want to change that, you have an option to do
okay.
that.
So we have an option there. If we can't find another use for the ARPA funding, then we can reallocate it to operations and take our own funding.
Mm.
And if we wanted to, one of the retirement plans, use it for that. We do a 3.5% COLA versus a 2%.
The COLA is, so how the COLA is calculated is it's calculated on the Consumer Product Index and the employment, what's it? ECIP, something like that.
Mhm.
And what we do is we look at the amounts of the increases over the calendar year. And then we take those amounts and we take the 3-year average to get the COLA amount. So if you want to reduce the COLA, then we would be changing the formula we've been using before I got here.
I understand. Is that industry standard, the 3.5%? Because you mentioned 3.5%. That's the only reason I'm calling that number.
3.79% is what it calculated. Now, the merit, I use a 3% because that's what we've always done. We've always done 3%.
Is that industry standard?
So generally, from the HR perspective, you'll see COLA increases usually between 2 and 4. It really
Exactly.
depends on, the other factors, but
Okay.
the way she calculates is pretty dead on in the ballpark.
Okay, it's cool.
Yeah.
Just wanted to know.
Okay.
Okay, so those were my questions. And if we talked about the hiring, can you honestly imagine that we could operate with the staffing levels that we've had historically and not increase staffing? And we've had, let me take the staffing question back. We've had public works projects since the beginning of time, and we've been able to support them. We've got this $7.8 million or whatever it is for the MOD project that we're going to be reimbursed for, and we're going to get our money back. So we've been able to maintain those projects over the years without ARPA or anything other than the grants that and funding that.
That's not a grant, it's a loan, so we've got to pay it back.
Right, but we're paying it back with the money we've saved, is what I heard from him. So it's not.
We're paying it back from the major facilities that we received. So the major facilities before funding these projects were at 10 million. And then to fund the projects, it dropped to 6 million. Once we get the funding from
Right,
USDA.
so you're gonna just
we'll
replenish it.
and pay. Yes.
Yeah, that's
It
what-
helps. It helps with keeping able to do these upgrades and have the funds to do them.
Right,
Yeah.
and we've done that
Mhm.
without ARPA
Yeah.
funding.
Mhm.
And so do you anticipate that we would not be able to continuously do what we've done in the past without ARPA funding past 2026? Do you think that that's?
Not necessarily. I guess my concern is you guys already made changes that increased our operating costs.
Right.
And if you continue to make these changes that increase our operating costs, that means we have less to go into the fund balance to fund these capitals, which is, there's nothing wrong with using the fund balance we have because we've saved this fund balance for a very long
Right.
time.
And I get
But-
it. I understand having the surplus. I get that. I
Yeah.
get the fund balance. But my question is, do you anticipate that the way we've been able to manage and fund public works will go away? ARPA just hit us, what, last year before last? And so but Public Works has been able to do what they've done, not with just our dollars, but with loans or whatever, and pay it back, and they
Mhm.
continue to operate and maintain operations. They didn't do it with ARPA funding. So and I know the numbers that you have are numbers that I do. I do projections based upon historical performance, industry standards, whatever. And I make those numbers, but those numbers don't always pan out.
Yeah.
These are projections and indicators that we have given the time that we do it. And sometimes they're better, sometimes they're worse, but not always are they worse. And so my question is, we have to have staffing. You guys can't do what you do with the staffing levels that you have now. And in order to attract staffing, if you're saying that the plans that we have are gonna bankrupt us, because I'm telling
Oh,
you,
I'm
that's what
not
I
saying,
heard.
no.
Hold on, that's, I'm
No.
gonna tell you the way you presented it, that's what I heard. So my question is to you, what do we do in order to take care of the existing staff that we have? Make sure that they can, I mean, I don't know what his name is that works on your team. I saw him out there all day long in a muddy hole that I wouldn't go in for anybody, down a ladder and all of that. Those people can't do that for the rest of their lives. And for the folk that have been here and dedicated their time, we can't buy those folk. The young folks that we get, they're not going to be that. And so how do we take care of the existing people and attract new employees and new talent that are going to want to stay here? And how do we be competitive in doing this? Don't want an answer. I just want you to think about it.
I have.
I don't want an answer. But I need for you to think about it as our treasurer and as our HR director. Because you know what talent looks like and you know what we need to go into tomorrow. And so I saw your, and I'm gonna have to digest that stuff. I'm gonna have to sleep on it and think about it. But, you know, I just want to throw those points out there, something for you to think about. No
Well, I mean,
discussion.
there's several options. There's several options. I mean, so, and we hit on them where, I mean, you do have your rates going up and you're covering your rates to cover your operating costs. And that's what you would do with Public Works. Mm.
Thanks for the information. It's a lot, but that's good. So how do you replenish fund balance?
That's when your expenses are less than your revenue, then you can replenish the fund balance.
How else do you replenish it?
Well, lately, up until this year, and this year I think we will have, I do believe our expenses are going to be less than our revenues. I calculated at 57,000. Our revenue is going to be 57,000 over our expenses. But it for the last, at least since 2014, other than the time that we bought property, our expenses were less than our revenues. There was one year we bought property for like 1.5 million,
Right.
and that we didn't have anything that went into fund balance. We used fund balance. But that's basically what it is. I mean, I guess what I'm pointing out is you guys are making a lot of changes in operating costs all at once. You did a salary change, you're looking at a pension, you're looking at retirement and healthcare and retirement. These all cost, and our taxes are estimated. Our estimated tax revenue is going to be about $1 million. So these costs are going to add up, and everything goes up. The contracting costs are raising at 15% each year. So, and it's really the decision of the council as we go through FY25 and estimate these, because the closer we are to each fiscal year, the easier it is to estimate the cost. But be prepared to make some changes to maintain the service levels, the benefits, everything that you need to.
And then these series of charts, I guess beginning on page 120 and 129, where you have the COLA and Plan 1 and 2. And then on the side, you have these notes where you have expenditures over revenue, and then you have fund balance to cover expenditure. But some of those are percentages, but then other ones are actual dollar amount. I don't understand that.
So the percentages are, so the expenses over revenue. So
got that.
Okay. So, and then the fund balance to cover expenditures, that's how much of the fund balance, the current one that I'm estimating.
10% of the fund balance.
Yeah. And then the other one, the estimated balance of fund balance, is after each year, what our fund balance would be.
So FYE means fiscal year end?
Yes.
Okay. But then that particular chart, then you go to the other one, two charts down, well, 3 charts down, and you actually have an actual number fund balance to cover operating expenditure. And like in.
Yes, so on.
So I don't
some of that-
understand what the difference, I mean,
Okay.
why is there a difference?
Okay, so operating expenditures are the cost to maintain
Right.
the services.
Right.
Then we have the expenditures as a total, that includes capital. I wanted to
Okay.
break that out
All right.
because you might not have capital one year and you only have to cover your operating costs.
Okay. All
Well,
right.
you're always going to have capital, but it's going to fluctuate more than capital is going to fluctuate depending on what you need, where operating costs tend to trend continually up.
So this doesn't necessarily, right now say tax increase. This just
Yeah.
says, okay.
This is just kind of kind of a snapshot of based on what I know now, what
And then
we
we're gonna
have.
narrow it down. Got it.
Exactly.
And then I guess I have one final question. I'm not sure I understand. How does this affect, if we go to one pension plan, on the one chart on page 126 and 129,
I don't know.
why does it affect the enterprise funds and the rates? I don't quite understand that connection.
So when you, if Public Works goes into this pension plan, it increased the costs of the Public Works employees. Those eligible employees are allocated to the different enterprise funds.
Okay, now I get it. All right. So we have hard choices to make with respect to which pension plan, COLA or no COLA, merit, all that stuff. And then we have to go back and look at more finite costs, but the bottom line is on the budget, and then we make decisions from
Yeah,
there.
once we start the budget, I'm gonna have a more idea of where we're at. And
Now-
also I will have these costs and see how they affect it.
Now, this is very helpful. It's a lot of information, but it's very helpful to begin to have a target, and then we're going to start narrowing it down
Yep.
as we go through between the next couple of months. So
Mhm.
thank you.
Yep.
I'm sorry, just one final comment that I think, okay. Evelyn Councilwoman Brian Ward made a great point, and I just want to echo that point in that, the staff has done a great job 2 years ago when we came into office to look at a staffing plan, realizing the growth that we have experienced and we will experience. So they've mapped out a plan to hire the appropriate people to maintain the level of services and professionalism that we want. And so my concern would be that we, as you asked, Councilwoman, from my perspective as well, we really need to think hard about that. And yes, there are hard choices, but in order for us to maintain those services and have the staff to professionally run and maintain them and to attract and retain them, we have to have those kinds of add-ons. And so, because I hear people say to me, well, why does it cost so much? And I have to tell them, well, does your water work? Yes. And oh, by the way, it's not free. I mean, some of them don't want to hear that, but don't turn around tomorrow morning and call you, Bobby, or call the mayor or whatever and say, well, how come my trash wasn't picked up? So all I'm trying to make a point here is that, from my perspective and echoing what Councilman Brian Ward said, we really need to really think really hard about those choices that we're going to have to make. Thank you.
That may be nice to have, but could be eliminated. My husband goes for my lattes first when he's cutting the budget. So it's nice to have, but not necessary. And the other thing is, maybe we look at this as a whole. Right now, the world is in financial uncertainty. La Plata, although we get a little bit of a cash cow here with the assessments. The residents are paying for that. So imagine the increase that the resident is going to feel when they have, and this isn't a debate, I'm just stating this, and it will come up for a debate, I'm sure, when we go through the budget. but they're looking at a higher assessment cost, because that's the cost they're paying. Right now, there's uncertainty for, the supply chain, everything that they're buying right now, as witnessed here today, is more expensive. So we have to be protective of our staff, because they're the ones that are doing the job and providing the services, but also we need to be aware of the financial impact that is on our residents. So as we proceed and go through this budget, I do ask that we all take a look at our budgets and see where it might be able to cut a dollar here, a dollar there, so that we can try to have a very solid, balanced budget. And you're very good at that, so I applaud you for that, but that was just a comment I wanted to just put out there, so we can all think about that. It's great to ask, but what are we gonna give? All right, we're almost done.
Can I have a follow-up on that? I don't have anything prepared, but I mean, I was wondering, are there ideas that you have thought about as far as ways that we can make up for what you've said may be an increase in the future? Have you thought about, consider this, going into this discussion?
Well, we could look at grants. We could look at, I mean, as the mayor pointed out, cutting, but I don't know where we're going to cut. That's going to be something that departments have to evaluate what their needs are and what they can. And based on discussions with both the police and public works, which is where most of your cost is coming from, there's little to cut. And as far as the administration staff, most of the cost is personnel costs. Mhm. Oh, yeah.
Right.
Saving areas, without impacting our residents.
And we also don't want to outprice our residents so that they are leaving, which will be a catch-22. They leave, we don't have money, their services. So, but that is a problem that's why you guys are so good at what you do. So you can bring us those final numbers when we start working our budget. That's why we have these meetings. So the last part of our budget is, our last discussion, if council is still able to, is to prioritize. Prioritize what, and I'm hoping that we all were able to think about goals and budget goals. And I will open up the floor to hear council's goals. I see your mic is hot. I see it's hot. You're dying.
I'm being picked on. I have to be honest, I cannot establish priorities and communicate budget goals right now, tonight. I can't. I could probably do a follow-up email after, digesting some of these things. Staffing. It's been said that the council, it's like we created this staffing plan. We did not. We asked every department what their needs were over the next few years, and they told us. And it made perfect sense. We had the consultant to come in and do the evaluation. And we all understood that needed to happen. And we knew that wasn't, there's never, ever going to be a budget that you create that's not going to be a long-term thing. That's capital. That's capital outlay. But we know operations and revenues are things that are ongoing. So that's not lost on us. But I can't tell Director Stahl, Director Harington, Chief Schinner, who and what they need. They have to look at their request and identify what's most important. You can't have everything. And maybe that's something we've done as a council, basically approved everything that's come before us. But now is where the rubber meets the road. And so if you're requesting staffing because it would be nice to have, maybe you go back and look and see if it's something we don't have to have this year if we are planning in FY25, not FY24, if we're planning to do a retirement plan. It's been said that the retirement plan is for the police and for public works. That's not true. We ask for something for everybody. We ask for health benefits for people that are retiring because it was necessary. When I learned that our staff worked here for years and walked out the door and they had nothing, I thought, how can they do that? How can we not give them something else? And we ask for benefits. That's for everybody. That's not for the police. That's not for public works. That's for everybody. So I really want to shift that narrative so we stop saying that it's for police and public works. It's for everybody. So now, if this is something that's really important and relevant, then I'm going to ask that each department, because salary expense and staffing is the biggest expense on anybody's budget. Look at your budget, see if this is something that can hold off until when. I don't know, Chief is asking for new staff. I'm wondering where they're going to sit. That police station is not going to be up for a hot second. So is this something that we can hold off on? Get FY25, let it see what it performs like with the retirement, because I know that that's important. None of us want to work until I'm 60 now, and I broke my foot and didn't know it. I don't think I can break anything else. So I'm thinking, and I'm glad that I have retirement. I'm going to have health insurance and I can retire at 65 or before. We want our team members to have the same opportunity. So I'm not going to tell you what your priorities should be in terms of your budget. I'm going to ask that each department reviews it. And shoot me an email if there's something you can change. I'm going to tell you, I want quality staffing for our town. Mayor's saying where they're going to go. They ain't going to PG because PG tax is way higher than ours, and they sure ain't going to DC. The carjackings are too much. So we're it. We're the cream of the crop, and this is where everybody wants to be. And so we want to make it a place where they can work, live, work, and play. The slogan that we came up with years ago. And that's my thing. We want quality staffing, and we want them to have great benefits. That's my priority. I'm not going to tell you who you have to have, but we want people to have good benefits.
So you did have some priorities tonight. Good, you talked it through. Councilman Winkler.
I will say that like Councilwoman Bryant Ward eliminated too, that the pension and benefits is obviously going to be something, because that is going to be a clear and decisive decision that we are going to be, whether we like it or not, we're going to have to make in order to maintain the standard by which the town has set. I do think that the APFO is going to be a critical thing to address. I know you said in the spring of 24, or hopefully in a couple of months or 3, but I think that is something that, from a priority standpoint, if the mayor's asking for a priority, that is something that I would certainly say is something we need to address and take a look at sooner than later. I echo Councilwoman Bryant Ward's things that, there's a question of needs and wants, and in a perfect world, we'd all get what we wanted, but we don't always get what we want, as Mick Jagger once said. But I think that there's an opportunity to say, you know what, we have an obligation and a duty to get the very best that we can to each and every resident, and obviously and the staff and the people that are connected to the town. So I echo your sentiments, Councilwoman Ward.
Thank you very much. Councilman Trollinger.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think you brought up some good points. I think the county, unfortunately, places a very large burden on our residents. And I think there's a lot of frustration in our area as to where that money goes and who it's enabling or helping. And it's hard because we talk about these issues. We don't have all the data. We have data that will beget more data, which will beget more data. And we talk about fiscal impact, but we still are kind of nebulous on those things. So I'm going to have a lot of follow-up questions, as you would expect, right? And I think Councilwoman Bryant Ward's points are, look, we rely on you all to help us craft the best plans for our people. And when we're balancing priorities, that's a whole team-wide process. So you guys have all worked together well in the past. We need you to help us in this process, especially, Director Kennedy, you know what's at stake, right? I mean, when we're trying to talk about retention and increasing the level of services, right? By having great people, having them come through the program, as Chief Schinner talked about the Oriole Way. I mean, there should be a La Plata way, right? Where we're bringing in good people and they're sticking around because they like the environment and they like to serve our residents. If we can't do that, I think we're going to be in the same position of, we are when we look at the county taxes and we see we're one of the highest tax places in the state. And you say, why? Where are our amenities? Why is it just building everywhere? And what do we have to show for it? And so we have I think a very high calling and responsibility to our residents to balance these things out. And so no pressure, right? But we're gonna have a lot of questions for you going forward. But our priority, I think, is to come up with a plan that works while asking our departments to work with you to try to make it work townwide. So thanks.
Councilman Jenkins?
Thank you. I'm not a policeman or an expert in policing. I'm certainly not an expert in public works. Have a little knowledge about planning, but I'm not going to sit here tonight and kind of pontificate about what my goals would be. I would, because our job is to provide policy direction and let the professionals do their job. I would ask that because what I do a lot is I go back and I look at our comp plan and what that says about our goals and policies, because that was in 2020. To me, that's a guide. I look at our strategic plan, which is in 2022. So it's barely over a year old. And unfortunately, we don't have any metrics on how we measure those things yet. That's disappointing, but be that as it may, we have a strategic plan, and we have two directors, to their credit, went back and said, this is what we'd like to do based upon that plan. And so I'm going to go back and look at that, and I'll probably have some follow-up questions, but I'm not going to give you as professionals, what my priorities are, because they should be your priorities as a team, and it should be what's as Councilman Trollope just said, it should be in the best interest of the town. And having said that, we do have a fiduciary duty that we are caretakers for taxes and revenues and how we use them. But it's also about what is the best return on our investment, not only today, but in the future. Because I tend to look at the bigger picture, and I hope that, and we're beginning to turn the page a little bit, and that we're being more proactive rather than reactive. Because if you're going to react all the time, you're behind the curve, and that's not going to turn out very well. So I believe we have slowly building momentum where we're being a lot more proactive, thanks to you, because you're looking out, and as important, you're using data. Okay, it's data-driven decisions, and that's what we should be doing. And you're doing that. I'm not saying you're not, but that's what drives it. I mean, we shouldn't. There are past instances where communities will say, "Well, let's go off and do this," and they just pull it out of the air, and that's nuts. It's craziness. And so we have a framework that we can depend upon, as well as your professionalism, your dedication, and the numbers, what drives these decisions. So I'm going to go back and look at these numbers, this data again tonight. and have a series of questions, but I'm going to do that in the context of our comp plan and our strategic plan, because we spent money and dollars that reflects right now what our goals and objectives and policies are for the future. Thank you.
Okay, so I guess I'm the overachiever here that sits down, calculates, looks at everything and says, my goal was to establish priorities in community and communicate budget goals. And that's all of us together. But my priorities are, of course, whatever is going to be best for the town. With that, I have a strong staff. That is a priority. Public safety is a priority, whether it is with Public Works or with the police. We need to get a handle on our water appropriation. That might be number one in my queue here. And an APFO. Those two go hand in hand. But here's the selfish part of me. I want to see a community center, sidewalks, and a vibrant downtown. I mean, we've talked about personnel, which is key to our success, but also we can't forget about our residents. And yes, Public Works and our police and our amazing staff here all contribute to the success of our town, but we need to attract businesses. We need to get downtown walkable. We need to get people excited about coming here. And that brings revenue, which is able to